Welcome to sitting number 3, and indeed world number 3 of our adventure through Kirby and Forgotten Land. So far we completed 100% of World 1 and 2, and we'll just be proceeding from there today. And so we'll be trying to get 100% in World 3 if we can before proceeding, but there are a couple of other items of business to take care of first. First of all, we haven't actually tried the cafe minigame that has been unlocked, and so that's going to be something to take a look at. Secondly, through the Nintendo Switch news, I think we were delivered a new bonus code that is temporarily available, so I'm told until the 25th of April. And usually I don't tend to use external codes for the purpose of maintaining a game balance, but it doesn't particularly matter here, because we are going for 100% anyway, and this is usually just an infusion of cash, and also some of the rare currency, which we will be collecting exhaustively anyhow for the purpose of upgrading the copy abilities to their additional tiers. So I was a little bit surprised that the rare stars are not finite, but let's take a look at what happens when we punch in this one. It is Kirby News Desk. This one came in through the news feature on the Switch itself, and I just noticed it before I popped into the game today. So we might as well see what's up with that. Second item on the agenda is to try the minigame. And yeah, that's 150 star coins and 1 energy drink. Now, it seems like we had collected energy drinks previously. They are assigned to X. It looks like you need to hold X to use them. I thought we had collected some at some other point, but I guess we didn't really pay attention to using them at any point until now. We don't really need to stash any items for now. I think maybe if we run into difficulty later, perhaps. And I mean in extreme late game content. We have taken a few deaths in this game so far to some of the mini-bosses, but that was mostly through carelessness and experimentation, so help wanted for a part-time gig, let's try it. How busy is it? Easy gig, it will be a practice shift. Honestly, I've never really been one to get too deep into the side games that are always packaged with Kirby, but who knows, maybe it's worth trying. Check each customer's food order, and then select the item they want. And okay, so pretty simple. More or less overcooked with less movement. And it will become more advanced. It's just kind of a matching and reflex game, is it? Oh, I see. So it gives you a silhouette as well, so we need to be careful with that because some of the information will be scrambled. Whoops, nope, wrong order. And we also need to be careful not to misclick too much. Okay. So, kind of an imperfect run so far, but I'm sure we just need to hit a certain benchmark to advance to the next level, but yeah, let's figure out a lunch rush. And now the timer is going to intensify quite a bit, and then there is a bit of a queue where the orders are kind of identifiable before the customer actually comes up to the counter, which I don't know how reflective that is of real-world service, unless you are quite familiar with the look and feel of a customer who is about to order a side of fries or something. "26 most consecutive orders." And so yeah, we did alright, I suppose. We might as well just register some scores. I'm not going to grind away at these too long, I don't think. but I do want to at least see if we can clear the upper difficulties. And I'm sure more games are going to unlock with time. This is a busier shift. This is a super busy shift. Let's see if we can do it. 3 items now. We had to keep the car cake in mind. And to really plan to read those silhouettes. I'm glad everything is in one row, because otherwise the issues with the Pro Controller D-pad when you rapidly tap left and right and accidentally hit up instead, which are kind of well documented with accidental drops in games like Tetris. Otherwise that would be a problem, and we have gladly averted it for now, so let's be quick about reading this information. Yeah, at least the silhouettes and the kind of partial uncovering is readily identifiable. We're getting pretty low on that meter though, so I think the idea is to kind of recover center as often as possible, like as a game of tennis. And so yes, for once we do have the no wrong orders in there. 50% customer satisfaction. I guess we just didn't manage to clear the queue. I wouldn't expect to be able to work that quickly. But at least we didn't hit the failure condition. We just didn't process the queue quickly enough. Well, let's see. How hard could the frenzy gig possibly be? We were already kind of getting into the red in hustle. Anyway, we have a Kirby burger in this one. It might lead to some silhouette confusion with the Maximum Tomato, but we'll try to avoid that. Okay. Yeah, this queue isn't too bad so far. The burger silhouette does have a bit of a different bulge on either side, but it is going to be the likeliest source of error, I think, as we get into lunch rush. Okay. Yep. It's not too bad, actually. In terms of visibility, we just need to be quick about our reflexes. And then, there we go. That was a close one there. Alright, so that's survival, I suppose. $5140 on the score. I don't know how this maps to the number of star coins that you get at the end, but we can take a look. 179, yeah. Can't quite tell what the calculation is. It's not just divide by 3, I don't think. Yeah, maybe it is, because 17 by 3 is 51-ish. Close enough. Okay. Let's pop out of here for now. Yeah, we're not really going to grind away at it, but you can handle the frenzy like a pro. Let's see what kind of special reward we get. A special figure. Excellent. Cafe staff. Yeah, sure, we might as well mark this achievement here. If there's anything substantially more advanced than that that hides behind doing all of this very perfectly, we are unlikely to get it. Anyway, I have no ability on hand right now. We might as well switch to something interesting, even if we are going to switch back out pretty soon afterwards. Inhale these abilities right off the counter. Yeah, that's what we normally do in a shop. Let's just pick up Crash, given that Crash is just a bit of a one-use anyway. And, yeah, Crash, I think there isn't really any variation to the moveset. It's just going to be a bit of an instant clear every time. We haven't really played much with the Rapid Ranger either, but I'm sure we'll get to it with time. Or the Chain Bomb. The Chain Bomb I did play with in a demo. We are missing one base ability so far, so notice how quickly you get through the base abilities. I think pretty soon we are going to exhaust these and get entirely into the Tier 2 selections. So the base copy abilities are limited in number. We're, I think, unlikely to get something like Artist, which was the one I was really hoping for. But there's enough variation in these that I'm sure we will see the range expand quite soon. So what do we choose? We can... we've actually seen Crash in action once already, so I think I'm going to go with either Chain Bomb or Rescue Ranger here. Noble Ranger, rather. Let's take it. And speaking of inhaling off the counter, yeah, I guess you would do it like this. Yep. So many copy abilities. Which one is your favorite, Kirby? So far, probably Tornado. But Tornado is always tons of fun, so... Interesting that you can kind of use the sandbag here as a DPS meter in terms of kind of really testing out your damage output even if you don't have specific numbers to work with. Notice how many levels of charge Noble Ranger has as well. Now you can't move during the charge, that's an important thing to keep in mind. Can you jump during the charge? That's an important thing to check. No, because if you jump during the charge, it does cancel out. But you can do an aerial shot. Notice that the aerial shot does kind of home in a little bit. I'm not aiming particularly precisely. And then, of course, as we saw with the drill in Quake, sometimes there might be some hidden things to do with these abilities as well that we haven't quite discovered. So let's get out of here and back onto the world map. Okay, so here we are. This was World 2, Everbay Coast. We've done everything here, 47 out of 47, so let's move on to Wendaria Remains. We're going to scan around first of all to see if any of the copy ability challenges have opened up already, just out of curiosity. Sometimes the search box is a little bit small, but we'll eventually noticed, I think, we're well short of 100% on any particular category. Yeah, just more coins for now on the outside. And alright, let's do an amusement park. One of the few 3D platformer amusement parks we've seen since Super Mario Sunshine, I think. Clear the stage, Waddle Dees, and everything else. Yep, let's hit the welcome gate. Well, it looks like the dogs have completely taken over and are feeling quite peaceful about it until I begin to approach them. Let's remember that I'm not inhaling them because I already have the Noble Ranger equipped. Let's see if we can lock onto anything here in the front. Doesn't seem so. But we'll look around anyway. I'm sure there will be something that we can play with eventually. Also, look at the ducklings here. I feel like collecting the ducklings is going to be something potentially important. So we should scan around for them. Just in case. Here's a third one. And I don't know if anything will be in the box, just some popcorn. And another one. So there is that mother duck over there. I'm sure we just need to lead everything to her. This is very reminiscent of the hidden escort in Bowser's Fury, in fact. So, let's say we help all 5 find their mama. That's much easier than the one in Bowser's Fury, which was actually the challenge I saved for last, because it was the one that I, oddly enough, had the most trouble with. Anyway, that's one objective down, and then here's some fire. I actually wonder if fire will be... Well, it's going to give me volcano fire. I don't know if it's going to be relevant to anything in particular just yet, but if it is, it's going to respawn for me, so we'll just stay with Noble Ranger for now and see what we can do. Yeah, no lock-on does mean, I think, that there isn't really anything interesting to hit. Now, I guess I just need to dodge these. I don't think there's really going to be any question of destroying them. But you never know. We don't really know what some of the other objectives are going to be yet. I think I needed the chakram cutter there, or the cutter in general, to grab some of these coins. Whoops. Okay, no, the mud is safe. You just get bogged down in it. We'll just go around this side instead, so we don't get cut. I would actually assume that, in fact, in the mud, maybe you are restricted from jumping. Or at least jumping very high, and so indeed that's the case. Alright, let's move on. Okay, so next we have rockets everywhere. I'm sure something will be interesting and worth hitting here, but maybe not. Maybe not yet. We would need to hit the switches, and we'll see what the switches do. Maybe it might create some kind of diversion or change the path or something else worth looking at. Look at this guy throwing the hammer. I actually want to pick him up and see what happens. I think maybe he'll just get hammer off of him, but yeah, standard hammer. Nothing that interesting. But then the question is, does taking the hammer do anything else for me? Well, we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll want the hammer for switches anyway. And then there's a Waddle Dee with a time limit. So as long as we don't get hit by the satellite dishes, we're actually probably going to be fine. I say as I get hit by a satellite dish. Size D number 1. And we're going to take entirely too much damage to get that done, but that's alright. We'll grab some treasures along the way and perhaps recover the hammer as well once I have an opportunity to get back into position. And it has disappeared on me, so unfortunately a little too late. I wonder if there is going to be some kind of hidden achievement for grabbing all the coins. That could always be the case, because nothing much else is incentivizing the coin collection so far. Anyway, let's head over here and see what this does. Opens the gate. I don't know if that's going to be of much interest beyond that. Yeah, I guess it's just a choice of paths that we have here. We'll of course be going up as a priority then, since that was the optional thing to do. So up we go. Okay. We'll slam that. Whack this guy, and I guess we'll go for some kind of ride. Once we've had a chance to munch on some a snake in the middle of nowhere. A haunch of beef. Ah yes, okay, so we'll be able to take this as a mouthful, and then we'll ride it as a roller coaster. Now, do I have any abilities associated with it? I guess I can lean. That's all I can do. That seems dangerous, to lean on a roller coaster. Like that, but yeah, it's just going to be a bit of a reflex test here as we grab some snacks and... Whoops. Oh, we got slowed down. I'm sure there will be some kind of achievement, in fact, for either collecting all coins or doing the coaster while taking no damage. I feel like there is going to be a no damage achievement. Anyway, here's the interior, much like a Space Mountain. Yeah, it's got to be a no damage one. Or all coins. Well, we'll see about that. I'm sure we'll try this a few times because... Oh, we missed a switch. Okay. We can do a lot better. A lot better. Except it falls apart, so I guess we only have one chance. Retried roller coaster ride. I am quite happy to take that offer. So yeah, you can't collect everything as you go. You have to reset this room. And that's fine. I'm really quite glad it allows you to do that, in fact, without necessarily having to redo everything. So it is going to be, I think, either collect all coins or take no damage, and we will have to be mindful of both, especially because it does get pretty challenging later on. I would guess there is definitely an optional challenge associated with this now. And we'll just have to be aware of the many switches we have to hit along the way. And yeah, going to appreciate a treasure there. Here's the Space Mountain segment. Nope, that's one hit. But we are collecting everything, so we'll find out very quickly if collecting them all... Oh, no, we won't, because we missed. It's going to be right, and then left there to hit the switch. Yeah, we need to bend left. Okay. We're going to try this again until we get it. I suppose this was true of the blue star that we saw with the glider segment in World 2 as well, except we never really did have to take the reset for that since I got it done as I wished. And we're at full health, so let's just take this and ride it once again. Now, it'll be interesting to see if there is also a challenge level associated with the coaster. I guess you don't really have any control over its speed, so it wouldn't make sense for there to be a speed benchmark for it, but given how many of the mouthful modes so far do have associated challenges, it would make a great deal of sense for this one to be part of that club as well. So yeah, we're going to stick with it. Sometimes from a matter of perspective, it's a little difficult to see where certain coins are leaning, but we'll try to collect everything. And oh, missed a coin. Let's see what this is, though. Ah, okay, hidden D. But we'll need to reset through this, so... So while it is tempting to get this, when we hit the reset, we will lose access to it, so... We can... whoops, no. Well, I mean, we can keep the D as something that we've actually obtained as far as mission progress goes, but I think I'd rather ride the roller coaster again and again. So the last roller coaster I can remember in a video game, not counting things like Roller Coaster Tycoon, obviously, is actually the one in Cyberpunk 2077, where one of the more interesting side quests is purely riding a roller coaster with Keanu Reeves. It's actually kind of a neat little sentimental moment in that game. This time we do not have Keanu Reeves, but we do have Kirby, and perhaps it is close enough. Okay. Yeah, that was the one I had trouble with previously. We're doing much better. Okay. Nope, missed some over here, but we did do this without damage, so we'll see if there's an achievement for it. It appears not. I think there must be one for getting all coins then. I would really like to do it. Oops. Because we're very close. It was just the last bit at the end that we had trouble with. And I don't even know if there is going to be some kind of bonus for collecting everything, but first of all, I want to try it on principle. And secondly, I highly suspect that such an achievement exists. You can usually make a pretty reasonable guess as to what the possibilities for the bonus objectives are going to be. And yeah, we have ruled out the no damage run though, because I did take a no damage run just now. I also picked up a red coin that I think I had repeatedly missed earlier, so we weren't as close as we thought when it comes to picking everything up. Some of this you do kind of need to reconstruct from memory if you're going to react to everything quickly enough. I believe that should be a total completion though, so if there's nothing to it, we will just take this objective and get out then. I suppose there was nothing. Alright, let's just leave then. I mean, I'm sure there will be other amusement park rides that have other bonuses attached. So yeah, I guess there were two separate exits that led to this zone. From what you saw earlier, let's go for Clutter Needle. We used it against the boss earlier on, but in World 2. Here though, we're going to get up here. I'm not going to use ice, because ice is honestly one of the ones that's a little less fun to control and deal with. Okay, gonna whack everything there, and then let's get back out. Checkpoints. And oh, this guy. Oh, I didn't expect him to jump me like that. Okay, let's get the ability back in. Yeah, he doesn't take many hits. I just didn't expect to be mobbed from above, so let's grab some health while it lasts. Yeah, that is the thing about Kirby, is that everything in the game is kind of designed to accommodate every ability, and you would think that on one hand you would have a little bit of sameness to it, but on the other, everything actually is pretty flexible. That's 3Ds. 3 Waddle Ds, because this is, after all, Super Kirby 3D World. And I see a butterfly over here. I don't think that is anything, though. We can go off the map, but there doesn't appear to be any reason to do so, so let's just proceed. Okay. Next. And, yeah, we'll just bust these guys down as we get to them. Yeah, Needle very much is a melee range ability. It's pretty hard, but even with the clutter bounce, it is something that will require me to get pretty close. Yeah. Now this is interesting. This looks like something that I'm supposed to deal with or hit, or who knows. Oh, okay, I suppose I am able to get above there somehow if I discover the correct interaction. Or perhaps if I depart from the correct height. Doesn't seem like I can gain enough height to do so, though, but perhaps we wrap around to the side? No, not quite. Or maybe that's just somewhere I'm supposed to traverse to later before coming back. I don't know about that, though. That does look suspiciously like an area that I should be arriving at. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll clear the mud with Mouthful, and that's probably going to be what gets me across. Also, water balloon, okay. So we can clear the mud. We might as well do that completely since we do it. So this is right out of Mario Sunshine. It's actually incredible how much of an influence Sunshine has. It's always been the case, I think, that the Splatoon single-player content, for instance, always felt like the kind of perfect evolution of what Sunshine was doing. And here we're doing much the same thing. Watering flowers, clearing mud, spraying everything in the sight. I cannot climb as the water balloon. And so we'll see if there's anything else interesting to do back here before I proceed. You never know, it's worth checking. Just in case we missed something along the way. So let's get back. And yeah, you just take a mouthful of water, I guess that's all there is to it. It does sort of imply something about Kirby's hollowness, though, doesn't it? I mean, we know that Kirby can just swallow anything, but that the water balloon just fills you with water seems interesting in its own way. This looks like it's kind of like a platforming segment, unless I'm supposed to just dodge everything. Oh, I probably have to clear the mud, or no, I just need to make it across, in fact. There we go. And now we have to clear the mud. And given that this looks like it's a bit out of the way, yeah, this is all electrified, and because it's electrified, we can destroy it. And we'll leave everything spotless, because that's just how a sense of completeness works. Notice the wet floor sign there. I mean, now it's a wet floor, for sure. I don't know about that mud before, but... Oh, also notice that you do eventually, I think, run low on water. Yeah, as I've done so here, so... We're still missing 2 flowers. And so... we do have a finite amount to work with. I assume that when we do eventually have a water balloon treasure challenge, that budgeting water is going to be a pretty critical element of it that we will need to understand. Notice that we are missing 1 flower pot here for the 8 flower challenge. But we'll come down here and we'll complete it and make all the wilted flowers a bloom. And that's going to reveal an upgrade, which is great. So far, we have been told by the corresponding hint NPC that we have collected all available upgrades, but here's the toy hammer. Interesting. Alright. And yeah, this guy keeps whacking me on top, I guess. Fighting him in melee may not be the best idea. I'm pretty sure these guys don't actually give me anything, but yeah, I didn't think so. We'll just play a bit as standard Kirby. Get a few spits down along the way, and then clear everything out once we get to the water. Okay. Oh, I see. And then if we jump up, we'd be able to clear the top. And then that would give me something interesting, I'm sure. And I'm going to reload water before I go up. I have to anyway, I think, in order to do what I want here, but... Anyway, here's D number 4. Just want to sweep the fountain here, and then we'll load up again. Obviously, if you do decide to just drop the water ability, you spit everything in one gob. And you don't just get to swallow the water back up right away. That would just not make much sense, even in terms of Kirby logic. And so yeah, that's the ending right here. I don't think I checked the platform behind... Oh, there is no platform, okay. That's fine then. How are we doing for achievements? We missed one. I get the feeling it has to do with the roller coaster, but we'll take it. I've typically been waiting until we get back to town at the end of the world to get any upgrades. Enjoy the view from the top of the rocket. Oh, I see, the rocket at the very beginning, I guess. Let's do that. Now, although it might be nice to play with the toy hammer now, for all we know. And we might have to eventually anyway, just to unlock an associated challenge. But yeah, so far, just to keep the experience moving, I've just been withholding upgrades until we get a little further along, so. Let's go back into Wondaria, and we'll see what the challenges are. Yeah, we'll do the rocket first. Maybe swap some abilities around. So that's just standard hammer, so I'm guessing toy hammer won't be in a while anyway. And we've got needle and hammer, so let's get back in. Hit the top of the rocket. Try some other things this time and see how easily we speed through the stage when we don't have to pursue as many optional objectives on the side. So I suppose this means this rocket. Can't imagine it's any other rocket. Enjoy the view from the top of the rocket? Great, now let's speed through it. Let's go fire. Because fire allows me to zoom up ahead and just blast through everything quickly. Unless I do that, of course. Okay. Okay. Grab the carrot. Have to remember sometimes that the health is something that persists between attempts. And we need to be a little more careful here. The volcano fire, though, works as this ample flamethrower. It's just going to destroy Mr. Chili over there, so... Taking a little too much damage, though. I mean, we can perhaps get to the roller coaster area just to get a replenishment for cheap. Oh. That dodge was a little bit dangerous, but we managed it. And let's whack the switch. Okay, great. Everything working just fine so far. There is a banana over there. We might as well grab it. And we'll go to the coaster area, not to complete the coaster necessarily, but although that would be fun. And yeah, just wanted to grab some health. So yeah, I was kind of surprised that there was nothing to motivate doing the coaster completely, but I suppose if you come in here, you do have to ride it, which is fine. That's pretty much expected, so let's have another ride, this time with the volcano head on top of the coaster itself. And this is a really pleasant little minigame anyway, so... This entire level really feels like a tribute to Mario Sunshine, which also famously had a roller coaster showpiece. I actually have not played through Super Mario Sunshine in the All-Stars release on Nintendo Switch. Not very much anyway. I did kind of stream a day one with it to just take a look at it, try out the controls, which unfortunately did not have motion aiming. Counter to all of my expectations coming from Splatoon. Yeah, we just kind of had a day one session with it where I messed around with it and saw what the All-Stars build was like on stream, but I hadn't really gone back to it since, so... Yeah, we might as well pick up some coins. We're not really going for the coin record on this run, but... Okay, there we go. You have to remember to kind of double tap the spit if we want to zoom everywhere with the volcano. My depth perception on these guys is absolutely dreadful. I always expect them to miss when they do in fact hit me in the face, so... Okay. Whoops. This has been a little bit sloppy, taking a lot of damage here. Once again, just from poor depth perception more than anything. Maybe being a little bit risky with some of the plays we're making. I keep thinking that I'll just burn the grass and float on top of it, but that's too much of Breath of the Wild talking. Anyway, this is where we will mix fire and water. Will be a flaming volcanic water balloon, which is something that's going to make perfect sense. And I am very low on health. But that problem will imminently be mitigated, if not completely solved. Bang, welcome. And here we go. And yeah, this we've done before, and we are pretty much back to full, so don't need to be too complete about this, but additional coins, of course, don't hurt. Look at this guy with his fancy icicle power. Nope, hang on. Let's get into the middle here, and then take another volcanic mouthful of water. And what can we do with this guy? Okay, there we go. Anyway, those jumping bunnies are supremely annoying, but we'll take them out one at a time. And yeah, we already have the scroll in this section, so not going to bother too much with it. Let's just speed through. Yeah, you can watch their shadow, but they are a little bit difficult to see. In general, my depth perception in these games is not great. That was something I noticed coming from 3D Land to 3D World, actually, speaking of Mario games. Given that it seemed like so much of 3D Land's camera design was built on the assumption that you would have the luxury of using the 3DS depth effect. And yeah, generally a lot of Nintendo's very hardware-specific ideas are actually pretty good. You know, I kind of wish that they would go back to things like the dual screen play of the Wii U and the glasses-free 3D of the 3DS for future hardware iterations. It would not really be good for business, I don't think, but for my use cases, that would be great. You wear 3D glasses for every game, the red-green kind, yeah. That's great because you can watch the original 3D print of the film Dial M for Murder. And a good way of conditioning yourself for the inevitable ports to Virtual Boy as well. Anyway, you can totally build red-green funky 3D glasses for Nintendo Labo, I'm sure. And that would be amazing. You know, just get some cardboard together and then put on the Labo VR mode. The VR mode where you just kind of literally strap the Nintendo Switch to your face, encased in a cardboard head mount. Okay, shall we do hammer first or shall we do needle first? Hey, West Second Gaming, I am loving the game. We are in World 3, as you can see. I don't know if you've been playing it yourself or how far you are. But yeah, I've cleared 100% of World 1 and 2 already. And I've been having tons of fun with this. I was always kind of skeptical of the idea of, you know, just translating every odd 2D Nintendo series into 3D. But this has clearly paid off. I think this is more than suffice as a proof of concept. Never really played Kirby before. Well, West Second Gaming, I know you're a big Mario Odyssey guy. And so I fully expected that you would have the time of your life with this game. Now, given that Odyssey was, as I often describe, kind of an honorary Kirby game to begin with, this kind of takes that back to a 3D world style of design to kind of draw some comparisons to Mario. And in some ways, the movement feels a lot more responsive than classic 2D Kirby as well. And a way that, you know, if you eventually do have the time to dig back into some classic 2D Kirby, some of the major ones like Kirby's Adventure and Superstar and so on, one of the things that really is striking about this game is just how well many of the classic abilities have been translated into working in a 3D plane in ways that are kind of totally novel and specific to the 3D-ness of this thing. Oh. Anyway, this is going to be just a slap fight with a hammer, which I suppose is appropriate to the stream title that I picked today, but oops. Anyway, okay. Bonkers is not really happy with this. I keep forgetting, actually, that this is a speed challenge. We should, in fact, be thinking about clock here. It might actually be useful to drop the hammer, and I mean not dropping the hammer, but dropping the hammer ability, and fighting with standard Kirby so we get more hits in. You streamed this for about 2 hours the other day, and you think you mentioned Odyssey like 100 times. Yeah, it's good to know that I am slightly ahead of you in progression, because that means I can watch you next time you're on. Target time 120. That's going to be hard if we are that sloppy on the boss. We need to really understand the hammer moveset much better. This is the first mini-boss that we've seen in a challenge room, and so that's something. That's a new experience. I have hit all of the benchmark times so far, some of them by a very close shave. But yeah, I think we definitely need to think about how to increase our damage output. Then... Okay. Okay, great. And then, oh, this guy. We need to think about the time benchmark that we have going into the next room as well. We are currently at 2:30. And so, yeah, we have to be quick. Let's charge up. I feel like this is going to be way too slow regardless. And I think that maybe one of the things that we should be thinking about doing here is to perhaps Use the hammer to ricochet these enemies into each other. I'm clearly not really taking advantage of the hammer moveset in this fight. We're not going to make a time benchmark, but I need to come up with some strategies. So look at how there's a pretty significant knockback on the charge move. But yeah, it's a kind of mix of new and old abilities in this game, and the classic ones have largely been kind of rethought in some ways to take advantage of all three axes here. We're already behind the time benchmark. 1 minute 40 on the clock is actually our completion time that we're supposed to aim for. Okay. I should actually charge up. I wonder... Yeah, charging into him isn't actually going to do very much for me, I think. Or it's just confronting him directly. Yeah, we need to significantly reconsider how we're doing this fight, I think, because there's just no way with my current method that I'll just be able to take him out fast enough. I think I should be using the aerial move for this fight as much as possible, and just kind of whack him from above as much as I can. Yeah, this is the one-timed challenge I've seen so far where I actually don't know what I should do to improve this, but there's clearly something with maximizing the damage output of the hammer that I just have not properly considered yet. And I mean, we are in World 3, we can expect the timed benchmarks to pick up quite a bit, but we'll see. We haven't missed one yet. I wouldn't like to start now. Okay. And yeah, we need to have some swifter movement here. Let's spend less time floating, and there we go. And we'll at least try to improve in the early rooms. The bonkers fight is still going to be a major hindrance, but we'll get up here at 235. Yeah. And then, once again, depth perception being a bit of an issue for me here as we miss repeatedly. Okay. $212. Great. Okay, so we're going to get the bonkers at 205. I'm not nearly fast enough, I think, but let's see how much we can reduce this. Yeah, just trying to use the aerial move as much as I can. I wonder if going Kirby... Oh, you can't drop the ability. Okay, okay. So the fact that he's dropping stars here doesn't matter whatsoever, because for the hammer challenge, of course, you do have to stay on hammer the whole time. You can't just switch to normal. You know what? We hadn't considered hitting his projectiles back at him, and that seems to be the way to go, in fact, because that does considerable damage. And... The colors really pop in these sections. Oh, yes, they do. That's something else that reminds me of 3D World quite a bit, in fact. It's a game that gets away with being a little more abstract in its challenge sections. We're already taking too much damage. This isn't a lot of health to work with by the time we get to bonkers. Okay. With bonkers, I do need to do a much better job of avoiding damage, I think. Okay. Nope, missing like crazy. Okay, we got two big bunnies now, and then these guys always smack me so hard from above, as we discovered in the last level. It's kind of difficult to get out of the way, because the slide isn't going to do much for me here. I should actually take advantage of the slide, but the mud is a big problem for that, so... Not much of an opportunity to get a charge shot in here, too. So yeah, we're just getting smacked. Yeah, I've got to combo him when he's stunned, I think. And I need him to stand quite close on that move. We'll almost certainly have to restart this, but we really do need to change up the strategy here and see if there's anything else I can be doing. So if I stay on the end and I dodge using the slide move, I think that's maybe one of the better ways to do it. But yeah, this is not nearly good enough right now. Yeah, using the slide for movement in the open sections is going to be a pretty key part of this, I think. In fact, if you slide directly in, you can do a little bit of damage with a tap. Okay. Yeah, you can actually slide through mud, it's just that you don't go very far. It does slow you down considerably. Like, you just kind of nudge forward slightly, which is not very helpful. Whoop. Okay, 210. Not my best, but... and definitely not good enough with my current strategy against this guy, but... we'll see what we can do. Terminator, you love my description? Yeah, I'm glad you do. Given the kind of slap fight that we're engaged in right now, I feel like it's very appropriate. I was just saying that a minute ago before you came in. Okay, still too slow. This is a one-time challenge I might have to hold off on, because currently I just do not have the right approach at all. I don't know what else we can do with it. I clearly need to whack his projectiles back at him. So we did that at 140. I believe 120 is going to be the benchmark here. We are nowhere close. That's a pretty significant improvement on the previous one, though. That's about a 30-second improvement on our best. But I don't know where that additional 20 seconds is going to come from, because we just don't understand, I think, the hammer damage output well enough. And we might have to go back to the target sandbag dummy and figure some of that out. Yeah, speaking of the title, I didn't actually watch the Oscars. I haven't watched the Oscars in well over a dozen years now. I've discovered long ago that I enjoyed the art of cinema much more if I just ignore all that stuff. But occasionally these things happen and leak into the rest of the world, so... Yeah, the one thing I do follow with the Oscars is the animated short, and of course they cut that from the main telecast this year, which I thought was deeply disrespectful. But that's pretty much the only relevance of the Oscars to me anymore, is that I will always take the time to watch the animated short list every year, just to see what's in competition. Because sometimes it'll show me some new stuff that's very interesting. Like, that's one of the few categories, along with the foreign film category, I suppose, that reliably introduces me to interesting things that I might not have considered. We're still a bit behind. We were at 210 on this room. I just need to really stay on him the whole time and not get knocked back. Yeah. I don't see how to do this unless we have some kind of interrupt or... Yeah. I need him to get his own projectiles out. Okay, there we go. Doesn't actually do that much. And we're already over the time benchmark, so... Yeah. This one is challenging enough. I may actually bail out of it and do Needle first. It's the first one we'll have to bail out of. I don't do animation myself, West Second. I just follow a lot of independent animation as a member of the audience. Never seen the movie Platform. No Terminator, I have not. So, the only thing you get for hitting the target time is, first of all, the check mark, and second, a bonus of 50 coins. But this is not about the reward, it's about just getting the task done. So I don't know if I'll grind away at this one yet, because it feels way beyond reach right now. Unless we really substantially rethink our strategy in every room. And yeah, Luca, that's exactly how it's going. The emotes are extremely appropriate. Yeah, we'll use the slide here and there, shave some time, and maybe if we just remember some of the positionings, we can get there in advance and, you know, just try to do things quickly. 238 out of this room, not great, but let's get upstairs. Okay. Anyway. Okay, 212 in this room, still a little bit too slow. Well, seems like it's not a good week to be a hedge fund manager because the apes are winning. Hey, that was a pretty considerable amount of damage on that run, actually. Wow, except it got smacked. We're going to hit 140, so once again I'm going to be too slow, but let's see how close we can get to where I was. 133. Okay, so this should be a slight improvement, but not enough of one. Much closer, actually. We're 10 seconds off. So if I don't get hit on that fight and I just stay really close to him, maybe we can get close enough. And if I'm strategic about hitting the spawn locations consistently. So I'm close enough that I maybe should try this a little bit longer while we still have some of the patterns in mind. But right now I don't really feel like I have a good strategy for approaching this. Okay. Yeah, a lot of these guys will take 2 hits. And so we'll do the aerial as often as possible and anticipate the platform. Get here at 237. Have to really control our single jumps so we don't wind up floating when I don't want to float. And also just get in position over here so we don't spend too much time lagging behind. These guys are an absolute pain. Okay, 213 on this. This is actually a slight improvement. 210 when we hit bunkers. And then... yeah, I don't know if keeping up the combo string does anything in particular to escalate the damage. It might help, actually, to keep up the combo string. I wonder if keeping up the combo string is part of the solution, in fact, because we did that pretty well on the one good attempt that we had. Like, we just combo him as quickly as possible. We're still a little bit behind here, but that was a messy, messy fight, so I'm not expecting great things. But yeah, this is a pretty big difficulty spike from the previous ton checks. But it's just because I don't do the mini-boss fights very cleanly. It seems like the mini-boss fights, in fact, have been the major challenge for me in this game so far, in terms of the things that have given me most trouble. And part of it is just not having good control of 3D space in terms of perspective and visualization. Okay. The hammer has quite a good reach, and that's something we should be taking care of and noticing a lot more. Okay, 230 here. Yeah. I'm actually in some ways underestimating the hammer range and taking shots that are too long. I haven't been using the charge at all, but there has been no opportunity to charge the hammer, so... 210 on this guy, once again. Can we dispatch him in 30 seconds? That seems like a tall order when we're playing this badly. Whoops. Okay. Nope, he's going to do the Zangief pile driver on me here, and that's... Yeah, we're nowhere close, unfortunately. There is something I'm missing about how we have to approach this. Sound pooped out, okay. I will fix that in just a moment. And the user, if you mess with a sandbag doll, keeping the combo string improves damage output. Yeah, I suspected maybe that's it, that we're just taking too much damage from him. This actually was a best time, so it feels like if I just avoid more damage there, we will be able to resolve it. One moment while I fix the sound, and we'll be right back. And yeah, the game sound in this game has been glitching out on me quite a bit. We occasionally have that at Mario Maker. We've been having it very frequently in this game. It is some issue with the streaming setup on my end that just has been acting up. But we can usually resolve it pretty quickly, so we'll just get right back into it. And yeah, thanks for letting me know about that. It's always appreciated when people in the audience point that out. So yeah, I think the idea will just be to keep up the combo string as much as we can, and that does mean that avoiding damage is going to be a lot more important than how I've treated it so far. And then, actually, knocking him back with a slide is not a good idea. It loses a little too much time. Okay. That goes for this guy as well. And yeah, hitting them square in the face with a hammer, so not standing too close, but really kind of whacking them from a slight distance is actually going to do more damage. Particularly from a grounded position where we do the forward smack. So as with things like Smash Brothers, you do want to hit with the tip. I'm behind time on this room here. I usually get out of here by 2:15. So we are behind the pace, but let's see what we can do. Okay. Nope. Losing the combo string a little too easily here. Yeah, I'm not reading his pattern very well, actually. Or finding good opportunities for interruptions. And these projectiles, like, if I smack them within range of him, they do some damage, but I have often just not been in position to do that, so... We just need to read him a lot better here, I think, in terms of gauging my height as well and understanding when I'm actually getting high enough to dodge the spin, so... We'll give it a few more tries. I mean, getting within 8 seconds is pretty good progress. Particularly if the main optimization that we need to make here is just avoiding damage. But we'll give that a try and see how we do. Yeah, I haven't abandoned a single one of these so far. In terms of the time challenges, a few of them were pretty close calls and took some time, but... Okay. Yeah, hitting with a tip is great. That gets him in one hit. It's kind of like 2 hexes away. If you look at the hexagonal pattern of the floor actually gives you a bit of a clue as to how far you should be standing. And indeed, yeah, getting these single hits is going to be pretty solid as a way of doing this. We're missing way too much here. That's going to be a problem. And then depth perception once again is going to get me here. So yeah, that room was a total mess. This room has never been good. To me, we are way behind. Yeah, no, I know I can retry. I'm just practicing because I have been using to retry for most of these challenges because often it's just one mistake where I know that I should fix it on the spot. But here I'm still kind of figuring out what to do, so that's why I'm still grinding away at it, because I'm trying to find better patterns for each section anyway. I'm not just sitting through the whole thing for the sake of sitting through it. And I should actually get out of here with a slide when he does that move. We have to figure this out. He's not going to come close enough for those projectiles. I think in some ways we should actually stay grounded sometimes and... Yeah, and then when he has this pattern, I really do need to learn how to get out. The slide dodge is going to be probably okay. I actually haven't really been using the crouch dodge very much, and I feel like we need to master that if we are going to do some of this. Because that also avoids the knockback problem with the slide. Then... yeah, that's just holding the trigger and then tapping. That's all it is. Okay. Also, the dodge allows you to reposition out of the mud as well. 240 on this room, that's okay, I guess. Not great. Okay. That was a total miss. Yeah, the skill cap is pretty high on this game, just from the three-dimensional movement itself. Whoops. And I do wonder about the endgame content, because the skill cap in endgame Kirby has always been very high to work with. We don't really have the flexibility to take any hits here, but that's fine because we need to learn this pattern. And we're just going to get whacked right away, so never mind that. Okay. So yeah, he's going to do that backswing like that, and that's going to be... I don't know if it's going to be consistently the second attack. And given that this is a speed challenge, I would assume that it is going to be deterministic, so we'll go back and just find something that works. Yeah, because right now this is not happening. So notice that the dodge is going to get me over to mud immediately, and that is something that I should consider. Because then we don't have to worry about the mud when it comes to movement, we just dodge our way up. Well, we can't start in the mud when we do that, of course. And then, yeah, let's just stay here and do it cleanly. These guys are a problem. Yeah, usually I'm kind of in the middle of a move when they try to dive into me, and so... Oh, nope, trying to get out of there before he did that move. I was trying to get out of there as well before he did that move. So yeah, I think the move sequence is actually going to be pretty much the same every time. It's just that we've been pretty bad about getting out time. I'm reacting a little bit slowly, that's the only thing. We actually improved the earlier rooms by enough this time that I probably could have gotten him even just by performing as well as we did previously, because getting up to bonkers at about 215 is actually the best I had done, I think. So yeah, we need to maybe not just dive into him quite as aggressively if we want to keep up the combo string. But we'll get back into it and see how much better we can do. But yeah, like I said, taking advantage of the slide, or rather the dodge. In terms of muscle memory, the hardest thing about dodge is actually just remembering to stop into your movements. Because you do kind of need to do it from a stationary position to really get it down. Yeah. 235 here, we've done better. Okay, this was a little bit slow, but then... Okay. That's some of the best that we've done here on that guy. Okay, promising run here. No damage yet either. Okay, 3 hits. Good. Get out. Nope. Too slow. I wonder what it is I'm running into when I try to get above him for an aerial. Nope. Yeah, have to actually get to dodge. Too slow. But yeah, the stop move... We're still having trouble with it. This is still actually behind my best. The best efforts earlier had the huge combo string that we did. The hammer is not upgraded, but I thought for the challenges that it's just used a default item, doesn't it? Or am I wrong about that? Because if the upgrade hammer, which I do have to scroll for, the toy hammer, if we take the toy hammer into the hammer treasure challenge, then yeah, that would simplify things. We might as well go into town to try that, actually. Like I said, I usually save the upgrades until later. Actually, there's an easy way to check. We'll do the needle challenge and see if we have cluster, or rather clutter needle. And I don't think we do, because I already have the clutter needle upgrade, and it seems like the challenge levels do force you to use the tier 1. Yeah, because the challenges otherwise would just be trivialized by upgrades, right? So the whole point is to have a controlled benchmark. Anyway, we're gonna roll here. We do slow down on the roll a little bit when we... Oops. Do that, so... Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should take advantage of the slopes whenever possible. That seems to be the point of the needle. This has been a bit of a messy fight, but there we go. And the needle is going to pick everything up. 122, I feel like we are behind. How far behind? 7 seconds, okay. But yeah, we are going to be locked to the default item. So let's go back the other one for now. And we are able to check the list, of course, if we need a reminder of which times we haven't ticked yet. Much as how we can see that we had all the previous times for World 1 and World 2, as we can prove right here. I probably won't stay on it for too long before we get back to the stages, because I would like to at least finish all of the standard World 3 today, but we'll see if we can make that happen. And yeah, using the dodge movements is going to be pretty good. 241 here, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, using the dodge rather than the float, I think, is really the right idea. Whoops. These guys are a nuisance. Can never quite work around their jump because they just get right on top of you, and I'm usually kind of mid-float when that happens. Okay. Okay, get out. Nope, too slow. Maybe I do need to do a ground dodge into that. But if we've lost a combo string already here. Nope. Yeah, I'm trying to stay relatively elevated, but this is way too slow, so. We clearly have not mastered how to fight this guy. Because this is way behind even my usual time. Well, let's try out the needle time for a bit then. Let's just take a break from this one. I don't think I'll get it today. It seems like it's going to need a lot more practice. So, let's head to this one. This was a total mess the first time I did it, so I think 7 seconds should not be too hard to shave. Yeah, so we want to save the needle roll for the slopes. And then... Yep, we can do that. And then... Okay. We can stay grounded and then just continue building momentum. And you have a little burst at the end. Okay, we're a little bit off, about 2 seconds off. But I did take a pretty bad hit somewhere in the middle there, so this should be relatively easy to improve. Anyway, back to the pointy hat. Yeah, there's quite a lot to the needle momentum that we haven't quite gotten yet. Obviously, it seems like building momentum by sticking to the other needle enemies seems to matter quite a bit. Which tells me that, yeah, because if you attach to the other needles, or attach to anything fuzzy that sticks to you like Velcro, like the little Velcro puppies, then when you release the needle, you project everything outwards. That's pretty much the essence of how this whole ability works. Whoops. And we shouldn't actually be taking every slope. We should be jumping to the next one whenever possible. Yeah, and then getting rid of that allows me to just jump down directly. And then just keeping track of who I am here, as rather important. And then that gets me slightly over, despite many mistakes along the way. So yeah, as you can see, that's much more typical of the experience that we have with these challenges. We just get the benchmark done right away. But clearly I just don't have a good sense of the pattern in the hammer fight here. So we'll leave that for now. We might go back to it depending on the amount of time we have once we get further into World 3. And also the fact that we have unlocked those makes me think that we should search some of these other locations for other challenges as well. Pipe mouth treasure. Yeah, we'll do that. That's going to be a water balloon, I guess. Lovely how the lights change on this one. Not that we've unlocked that yet. This is going to unlock something else as well. This is going to be a ring mouth, which is going to be steering the boat. Okay, sure, let's do these two. Roll and jump pipe ramp path. Oh, pipe mouth. Okay, so it's not the water balloon, it's just a pipe. We actually have not seen this yet, I don't think. Or at least I don't remember this. Maybe we have. Maybe we have. Okay. So we do want to hit that. And then we want to dodge the spikes, obviously. Just maintain momentum. Hit all the bombs we can, so we actually establish the path. And then... Okay, so how do I do kind of a lighter jump? That seems to be important here. I think I just needed to change the timing on that. You notice with the needles, tapping it... Whoops. Regularly gives that speed boost and having it cancel before it slows down. Yeah, it's affected by the slopes as well, in terms of slopes both down and up. In that you do need to kind of think about momentum physics. Because I've been playing around with the repeated tap with the clutter needle upgrade, but otherwise haven't been playing around with advanced needle tech very much. Yeah, I'm really glad that this game gives you so many incentives to go back through levels and do multiple objectives, because otherwise, I think often in a Kirby game you feel like you have so many abilities and only so much space to use them in to really explore everything thoroughly. Okay. So we'll need to anticipate some jumps a little bit better here. Okay, that's a lot better. Oh, nope. Forgot that you do need to jump that one at the end. And then we were at about 20 seconds. I just want to see how close we are to the benchmark here, because I think it was a 40-second benchmark, right? With 2 seconds remaining in that spot, we should have made it. So yeah, if I didn't have that miss at the end, we absolutely would have done it. So let's just do it again. I'm sure we can get this one done fairly quickly. No, hang on. Too much of a cooldown after the slide. That's maybe not a good idea. Whoops, hang on. I was trying to roll into it at that time, but the inputs were just off, so let's not mess around with it. Let's just go mouthful right away and not pretend to be a speedrunner. Yeah, I guess you could have a little bit of a time saving in some places by jumping over the upward inclines instead of just rolling over them. Whoa, that was way off. Let's do it again. Okay. And yeah, we'll try to jump over slopes in certain places this time. Just for a slight improvement in speed. Probably not much of one, but... Nope. Still overshooting that. That's a hard one to spot. I don't know if I just have to pull back on a stick there or something. Slow myself down a bit. Because in those spots you can't really be going full forward unless you jump quite early into that sequence. Yeah, we'll just need to anticipate it better. We've got plenty of notice visually. And then, whoa, way off. Yeah, we did have that really good attempt earlier where it felt like I completely solved that, but clearly the jump control needs some work. And we'll hit everything we can. And then, no. Yeah, because I'm kind of skipping that platform, aren't I? So, bit of a tricky bit there that I just didn't really even notice in that one very good attempt we had. Seems like such a simple thing to do, but... Yeah, because I'm trying to pull back there now, and that's still not the solution. We need to rethink that substantially. Maybe I am supposed to skip over one of those platforms? Who knows? Anyway, over we go. I have to say, quite fond of the Challenger music as well. That's something worth noting. Yeah, we're overshooting that now. I don't know if we just need to do some kind of lighter tap on a jump or something, but clearly the control over the jump height has not been ideal. But yeah, maybe just lighter jumps. And just a really light touch. That is actually the solution. Lighter taps. There we go. Yeah, we just need to do a really light series of taps in that section, and that was actually all that we needed to get this huge savings and beat everything by 7 seconds, so... That short hop was killing every run, and then now we have that resolved, so... But yeah, you do maintain forward momentum the whole way, you just need the shortest possible hops. Ring mouth, yeah, we'll do it. Way to drive the boat. Or maybe not, maybe we just turn windmills. I kind of feel like a ring mouth challenge almost certainly involves a boat, though. Or water of some sort. Okay. Okay. That's fine. And then we warp. 146 so far, I believe was a minute benchmark on this one. And then, oh. Nope, that's going to be a little bit long. They do stay, though, each of those. Didn't need to reactivate any of them, which is good. $125. Okay. Okay, 114 is going to be a little bit slow. Actually, no, we're fine. We're fine. We've got plenty of time here. This is extremely lenient, if this was indeed a 1-minute timer, as I thought was the case. Extremely lenient. We made so many mistakes. And this took it really easy on us. So much easier than the hammer, in fact. So yeah, hammer, we will need to leave it. And come back. Looks like we're going to be driving the car again on the circuit speedway. Is there a glider challenge? Good question. I'm trying to remember. I've seen the glider level. I don't think I've seen the glider challenge. Let's actually check. Yeah, not yet. I would expect there to be one at some point. Anyway, clear the stage, save the Waddle Dees. Let's do all of it. And we're still in Volcano over here. These guys all queuing very patiently. I'm just going to cut the line. Bust them all down. Yeah, we'll take the car eventually, but not until I've blown stuff up. I mean, you could do this with a car as well, because it looks like entering the racetrack is the thing to do, but sure, let's take it. And then we can jump on these. Can we dash through them? No, we can't. He does get bumped. Okay, so it tells you right off the bat, 25 seconds is going to be gold. We're going to do it. I had this habit of pressing the accelerator on the second beep because that's what you do in Mario Kart. It doesn't make a difference here. Whoa, mud, however, does make a difference, so... I think the boxes probably slow you down as well instead of helping, so... 22 seconds? Yeah, that was easy. I'm sure we missed something in there, but... And is there anything to do here? I want to go back and explore. I doubt there is anything because, as I noted before, when there is some kind of timed optional challenge in this game, it doesn't really reward you for doing other things that would make you likely to fail. So I don't think we really had anything to look at. We're here anyway, let's take a look. But I'm pretty sure we've seen what we need to see. And besides, if there is some kind of achievement additionally, I think you'd have to do it over the course of the race anyhow, so... So we'll just drive our way back. Once again, really lenient timer for this 25-second run here. So I don't think we'll need to retry anything. Let's just grab this, and this, and this. And if there is something additional to do, we'll come back for it. Okay, let's switch to bomb. We can play around with chain bomb. And then... good time to play around with chain bomb, in fact. We're not doing it very strategically. I think the chain bomb challenge, when it does come, is going to be quite a lot of fun. Oops, that was not quite within range. Okay. And yeah, once again, chain bombs are given to us here, which means that they will be required for something. Or bombs in general will be required for something. Nothing here, although you can step in that, and... yeah, just food and money. Two of life's necessities. Okay, let's grab this. Just wreck everything with chain bombs if we can. Notice how far the bomb roll goes. Because it does follow slope physics as well, much like the needle. Anyway, this is the reason that you need the bomb roll. To whack that switch, and then is this on a timer? No, it's not. We just need to remember to get up there. And there will be some kind of optional challenge awaiting us here in a moment. Yeah, I guess we'll pop out here at the end anyway, but let's just scan around and see what else is available. Okay, so this is a D challenge. It is going to be quite familiar to those of us who know the 3D world mystery rooms. And had to do that on short notice. Also, notice a ladder over here as an exit to treasure. What do we got? Ah, okay, invincibility. Let's do it. Now, why would we want to whack everything here with invincibility? Yeah, the thing about invincibility, it does kind of incentivize you to go fast. Oh, because you can knock that guy out in 2 hits. Right. Great. Sure, I'll take it. He's just sword, though. Yeah. Sword until you upgrade it, I think, is not that interesting. So. Ah, here we are. Like I said. Now we have the sword upgrade, which we'll play with later. For the time being, though, we'll stick with what we know. And what else have we not looked at here? No, I think we're likely to be finished with this area. Yeah, I was about to say the invincible candy, like any invincibility power that is timed, does incentivize you to go as fast as you can and skip stuff, so it was natural for the reward to be something that was dependent on going fast rather than taking your time to explore anything in that section. 50 seconds here. Yeah, I guess the first area was deliberately easy. Okay. Yeah, let's be careful here. And tick-tock clock our way around that. Looks like some of this is skippable, in fact, if we are careful about it. But I'm sure, given how lenient the benchmarks were, that we'll not have too much trouble. Notice that it doesn't give you the timer either, it kind of keeps you guessing. Until you make it, but driving cleanly here, I think, is going to be enough to get us through. No. Okay, so we are way off. So yeah, we do need to do some kind of skip. Yeah, that's alright. We will just reset this then. And do it until it sticks. Okay, so yeah, we can hit shortcuts like this. That is actually the key to it. Just not doing the circling around needlessly. And understanding. Yep, so there's a cardboard bit here that we'll take when we want to go the fast way. We'll need to reset through this, but let's scout the rest of the path first to see that we understand it. I did see that box shortcut the first time, but too late to actually do anything about it, so... And I guess in some of these segments we can just jump up slope directly. But yeah, 10 seconds of savings, I think we can do it. That doesn't look out of reach or anything. I mean, we're only 8 seconds behind here, even after all those mistakes. Yeah, I was wondering about that delay to smoosh things as well, in terms of running over boxes or enemies. You certainly don't seem to gain anything from it. I think I just have this habit of trying to whack everything in sight, so... But given the scale of the mistakes I was making there, I think doing the shortcuts is likely to be enough to work with here. Oh look, there was an additional box shortcut that we missed in that section as well. There we go. And then we'll try to get the first possible cycle here. And then you can jump up like this. And we lost a turbo there, but we can get back on track. And let's see how we're doing. And there we go, that's easy. And it can be significantly optimized beyond that, so... Even just taking the shortcuts casually is more than enough to get you through. Of course, we do have one additional challenge. Oh, and we missed one already. Okay, so we will need to find D number 3 then, which I wonder where I missed it then. It probably wouldn't be in this section because, I doubt they would put both Ds in this area, but if it is in the section before that, we'll go back and check it later. Also, let's look behind here just to see if there's anything interesting. Suppose not. And yeah, we'll redo this and see what is yet to be revealed. And every time we come back through it, there is incentive to do even better. As you can see, there are going to be advanced benchmarks. I would guess that it's probably 40 seconds for the second race. And we did the first one previously in, what, 22 seconds or something? Yeah, we can definitely get this done, I think. While also keeping a lookout for D number 3. Invasion at the House of Horrors. Well, that sounds horrifying, so we'll do some more racing. But I will scan around to see what the challenges are, just to get a sense of what's coming. Cutter and fire, basic fire. We've already done something with volcano fire, I think, or... Yeah. Interesting that you would do volcano fire before fire, but... Let's see it anyhow. Okay. Okay, pretty simple. Let's try to not run into stuff then and see how much time we can optimize here. But maybe not running into the grass either. Yeah, we kind of need to take the inside curve, I think, and then get some jumps in where we can. Yep, so that's slow. We'll redo it. Yeah, the inside curve as well as jumping a number of those enemies might be enough to shave that time. Yeah, it really does slow you down. Then we'll cut corners. Still hitting everything, which is not good. Yeah, we should maybe just not hit that at all. Or that. Actually, that's reasonably close. We just need to improve a few things. But yeah, we'll go back and do it until it sticks. And for the second race, we have a couple of ideas already for how to make fairly dramatic improvements, so yeah, we'll just figure out some of the corners here. Nope. And yeah, I really just need to jump around a side in some of these places. We're getting closer. We're converging upon the right idea. But still a bit of work to be done. So yeah, I am trying to dodge some things and jump around them, but not doing a great job of it so far, so... Maybe we can just try to take the outside this time. Because it'll be something that matches up with the inside here later on. Okay, then we do this. And look at that. Not quite there yet, but... yeah, maybe the outside curve is a little too much early on. It doesn't benefit me that much. So if we switch that back to the previous approach. Maybe we can get enough of a savings here. Yeah, and there are places where I do want to jump over mud to cut certain corners. Also, just driving over the tire stacks is something I should have considered previously anyway. Including these ones here, in fact. So, yeah, if you want to cut corners, driving over these guys is actually huge. And in fact, the opening area kind of teaches you this, right? That you can get enough height off the jump to be hopping off the tires whenever possible. That's also something I hadn't considered for the later race, if that becomes relevant. Better than Gran Turismo 7 right here, since you can play the game after the server shutdown. Yeah, I heard about that kind of scandal they had with the servers going down in the first week. That's literally the only thing I know about Gran Turismo 7, so that goes to show you what a little bad press can do. Nope. Yeah, we don't have enough distance to cut that corner. And now I am in a bit of trouble, so... And we still managed to make it to 21, which tells me that instead of doing 2 jumps into that mud corner, I should kind of angle towards like 10 or 11 o'clock on it and plan to head towards the tire stack. It's going to be easier to describe when I actually get back to that area. And that'll show you what I mean. Yeah, cutting these corners I think is clearly the name of the game here. No, the first jump was a problem. Let's plan this. Let's actually practice this. So let's say we get in here. Then we double like that, and then we take that corner like this. But yeah, I don't really follow racing games that are not called Mario Kart. So I had no reason to really even think about Gran Turismo 7 until I heard other people complain about it going offline. It's just one genre I don't really know. Okay, we flubbed that one, but it doesn't seem to be too big a deal. This one is a much bigger savings, as is this. This should be enough, in fact. So yeah, even missing the first corner, we easily surpass 20 seconds. And we can move on. Okay, so 2 remaining items of business here. It's going to be some kind of time benchmarks for the second race, and it's going to be the third Waddle Dee, which is going to come before the third race. Also, taking the second Waddle Dee so we don't have to deal with Wild Edge, it's probably a good idea. I just don't particularly want to fight him. Notice that there is a bomb spot to the right side here. We missed something here. Okay, treasure. We'll take it. Whoops. Now, if there is a second, or rather third Waddle Dee, yeah, we didn't really explore this area here because we sped through it earlier. So let's just be diligent about taking a look first. Like I said, I really didn't expect there to be anything, given that we are kind of meant to speed through this section, but yeah, let's redo this so we grab the invincible candy. Doesn't take much time to do, and it's going to be a huge time savings, I think, to do it this way. Okay. Anyway. And it's just going to be 2 hits on Wild Edge, and that's going to be simple. So, this is the area where we should start looking for Waddle Dee 3. Which tells me we actually do want to scan around here after all. There's that stump that's on the right side. And none of these fences look traversable right now, though, so let's not count on that. A couple of road signs here. Yeah, let's scan the entries to this area as well. Yeah, just a bit of an item selection for fighting the boss. I think we need to go ahead. Invincibility didn't really seem to do anything to these guys, so it's not going to be relevant, but possibly the sword is going to be key, so although if it were key, any key item, as we discovered in Kirby, is going to be something that the game gives you for free as you go. And yeah, any user, thank you for dropping by. Glad to have your company here. And we'll be playing this for most of this week. I mean, I am going to be streaming it until we finish it, so whichever nights I'm available. We'll be back to doing it. And yeah, enjoy the game yourself if you're still deep in progress. So, we haven't seen D number 3 yet. I feel like it's got to be in this section. Because it is going to be too late to do it any other way. So, yeah, because if you enter the race itself, that's already going for D number 4. But D number 2 was before the invincible candy, so it might be something here. It might be something we've already missed. It might also be something on the racetrack that we need to retrace our steps to. Which may actually be the case, since you do get the opportunity to go back to the racetracks as you go, so. Well, why don't we think about the race time first? I don't know if it's going to be something like 40 seconds for this benchmark. I assume it would be. And then we will think about what we can do differently to get the remaining Waddle Dee that has not been accounted for. Oops, that was going so well, and then we missed. Ah, yeah, we need a turbo here, that's why. And if you fail, you do need to kind of retrieve the turbo again afterwards. So yeah, I am looking at this and seeing if there's maybe anything that we need to double back to. Notice the tires over here, they allow you to perhaps burst through as well. It doesn't make sense, though, to have collecting D number 3 be after D number 4. It seems like there was something off to the side. Onto the left side here, that looks like it's reachable if you perhaps float off with Kirby. Unless it was just an earlier part of the track. Yeah, we'll redo this. Boost through the cardboard shortcuts. Okay, so it's not a time challenge. Okay, so never mind. We don't need to do that. Which means I should go back to scan for Waddle Dee now. Whoops. Except I can't really go back from here, so let's see. Nothing over there. I may have to redo the level up to this point, or hit the reset then. But if the race is already too late for scanning around for something like that, given that you can't really go back through this area, then I suspect... well, it might be something right in this area, who knows. But if this is Waddle Dee number 4, we need to rethink this quite a bit, because I thought I had scanned the Wild Edge section just fine. Let's retry it. We will need to redo the challenge. The challenge is just cardboard, so... yeah, so the cardboard gets reset again. I'm going to scan here pretty carefully in case there was some kind of additional thing we hadn't considered. Some platform that we didn't jump over. We checked these sections already. And yeah, it doesn't seem like you can do much else here. You can enter it just as Kirby, which might be interesting. Because if you just enter as Kirby, maybe there's something you can do here to explore. It also doesn't trigger the race, which is potentially important. It also allows you to... nope, that's not a relevant section. And I see, because if you lose the car at some point, you can just kind of continue over here. I wonder if we can head over there. That looks reachable. Nope, that's an invisible wall, it looks like. Ah, too bad. Worth checking. Yeah, I'm guessing it's not going to be this. So maybe we should just take the cardboard shortcuts and go. And go back to scan around the whole area where Wild Edge was located. So yeah, we'll knock down the cardboard. That's going to be the main thing we need to accomplish here. Maybe there is something worth looking at somewhere here, though. I mean, again, it doesn't seem like it's in keeping with the game to encourage you to drop the car and do anything slowly here. But that's just sort of a wild assumption based on what I normally assume about Nintendo design. And so it may not actually be the case. And then we'll, oops, boost through some of this stuff as well. Yeah, unless maybe there was something else you could do here to obtain it using the car in the first place. Like busting through a particular crate. Or doing something in this section, like entering the spawner on the right side. Perhaps. Yeah, that looks dangerous. I doubt it's going to be it. But hey, we'll try it. Nope. There is a do not cross line there for a reason. And yeah, we'll just kind of take our time here just to scan. I really doubt at this point that D3 is anywhere near. And I didn't start the race in the first place, so that's interesting. Let's see, if you don't start the race, then it doesn't register the achievement, obviously. Am I able to go back to anywhere previous? Nope, not here, but we should check this area thoroughly, since we've done something to go too far. Yeah, it's not going to be anywhere here. So I am missing something in a previous area. Anyway, the time doesn't matter, we just need to hit the cardboard. Everything will be dandy. Okay. And maybe we'll get a decent time as well, but that would be a bonus. Given that last time we made a few mistakes on our way over. Now we can probably set a new personal record. If it keeps track of that kind of thing, which I don't think it does. Yeah, 41 seconds. And what do you win? A brand new car. So yeah, let's keep it and let's scan through the level again then. Because it looks like we are missing something. And yeah, we'll have to look around the whole thing between 2 and 3. Again, at least knowing that it's going to be between number 2 and number 4 does constrain things a bit. We know that it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of Wild Edge. In a way, both of these are needle related. Let's search around some more. Okay, what have we got? And notice, by the way, that the slide ability with the sword does the forward thrust, which is kind of neat. It's one of the few things. I mean, I guess the slide was always going to do damage anyway, but it's one of the few unique slide animations that was seen out of the ones that I've tried, I think, so... Okay. Nothing much to look at here, just an easy clear on that time despite all of those mistakes. Yeah, I think this is just going to be background art on either edge. Seems pretty clearly the case. So yeah, whenever we see butterfly clusters like that, we should search for things like coins as well, and it won't really be anything critical, but still enough to be worth looking at. So yeah, we know about this. And yeah, we've done chain bomb in this one already, so... Oh, whoops, no, he's big. We can't actually stuff him yet. So yeah, it'll be sometime after this room. And we do know that. We do know also that we want the bomb if we want the switch that's going to be upcoming. Now, I didn't look at this area. That's nothing, that's just replenishment. But it is a reminder that we definitely haven't seen 100% of everything here. Now, every time you go back through here... Let's see. Yeah, because we have opened this up. Scan around here very carefully. Possibly we should wreck all of these guys. And also think about what else the invincibility can get beyond just Wild Edge. With like whether we can take out the things surrounding him, which I thought I'd tried previously. I don't know if that makes sense though, to have Waddle Dee 3 depend on completing Waddle Dee 2. That's something that would seem unconventional as a requirement. But anyway, we'll do this quickly just to get that done once again. So let's see. Oh, no, there's a time limit on this. Didn't expect that. Anyway. So yeah, all of this we've kind of scanned. I don't think D number 3 is going to be this proximate, so... Let's just go back to nuking the boss. And we'll come back to some of these guys afterwards. So can I actually run into any of these? No, running into them does nothing. I wonder if we can throw the bomb beyond defense. No. Okay, so we may have missed it unless I need to do something with these fellows here, like tap them, or... Doesn't appear so. I don't think we can actually do anything with them other than just treat them as obstacles. Yeah, that we've gotten already. This we've already checked as well. Maybe there's something back here if you pull back like this. I think this is going to be it. This looks promising. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. No. That canopy is not reachable. Okay, that's unfortunate. That looks so much like it could be the answer as well. Given that there's really no other reason we know of yet to get to the outside canopy on the left. Let's play around with this some more, because the next room is already going to be the prelude to the race, I believe. It's got to be something, right? No. Okay, we really do have to check this further then. Oh, whoops. That guy is certainly not showing any chill. But yeah, the previous room is already Model D2. This... I really do get a strong sense that it has to do with these fellows here. But I can't see how that relates yet, or how to actually kill them, which... I don't know, that'll depend on having a specific ability, but... Let's see if there's anything we can burn or freeze, because that's possibly relevant. Yeah, let's try fire. Again, the fact that the item isn't just respawn for you shows me that maybe we don't have the right idea here. Yeah, no entrances that we... Let's see. Ah, yeah. No, we found it. Quite subtle. We got it, though. I mean, it was going to be constrained to this area, so we just had to search carefully enough. Oh, look at this little guy in the corner. Can't do anything with him, though. Okay, that's fine. We got it. Let's get out of this particular level. And have a mouthful. Okay, previous time was 41 seconds. That's the current personal best. We're not going to hit that after mistakes like that. That's okay, we'll just try to do everything else cleanly. And here we are. Rather high traffic. And despite serious mistakes, this will be a respectable time. Okay, well, the cash is there, we might as well take it. No point leaving it on the table. Whoops. See what I said about leaving cash on a table. Let's get back there. Grab every conceivable coin. Jump around some of this as well. Hey, we hadn't checked this previously. And indeed, it was something. Very nice. And yeah, we'll just check everything. As usual. Thought I did check this. Nope. So yeah, obviously as we get deeper into the game, my progress is slowing down a little bit, but we took one stream to clear World 1 to 100%, one stream to do the same with World 2. I do not know if we'll do the same with World 3. That's... As you can see, we can read the character somewhat. We know from the opening song what the hypergraphical mapping is going to be if we want to check, but anyway, this is going to just give it to us. It's O-Line Custom Autos, which also sold industrial parts, managed construction, and made all kinds of stuff. Certainly sounds like there's some kind of state-level corruption going on there with their contract. Okay, let's see about some of the moveset challenges. Let's do Cutter, Treasure, line them up. Toss and return. So yeah, previously we saw Chakram Cutter and Volcano Fire already prior to the baseline Cutter and the baseline Fire. So let's do something standard. And that kind of makes sense if you think about the Volcano Cutter and Chakram Cutter being easier to use in some ways because they are likelier to hit lots of targets. Oh yeah, okay, so we need to do this. And then we drag it over here. Yep, we've known that move the whole time. Yeah, that's something I figured out myself fairly early on, so nice to have a proper tutorial segment for it, I suppose. Whoops, let's actually face in the correct direction. That might be helpful. Then we kind of have to line them all up, so let's wait for the appropriate part of the pattern. Nope. That will require me to slap something out of the way. And also be more or less perfectly lined up. Yeah, so we'll need to... Oh, look at that. That the cutter actually kind of latches onto the switch that it hits if it just lands on it directly. Okay, let's see the time benchmark for this. I don't imagine this will take too long. 45 seconds, we can do it. It's really just doing the last room cleanly, I think, that will make all the difference here. So let's just attempt that. Yeah, this is really just kind of a tutorial chamber. It's not going to be too stiff a challenge, I would imagine. And then we do that. 152 into the second room. Let's not hit prematurely. 141, we could do much better than that. That's... Okay. Alright, 126. 125. It was a 45-second benchmark, I believe, so we Did perfectly well. So yeah, that's going to fall pretty easily. And we'll do the same with fire in just a moment. Let's do a quick search in the area, though. Because one never knows. Burn over to Belt's conveyor dash. Yeah, it looks like we'll be practicing that fire dash some more. Yeah. And we know how it works. Okay. And through the bombs we go. Through the fire and flames, I suppose you could say. And then, just some short hops over here should do just fine. And I am taking quite a few hits here, but okay, we're off by a few seconds. That's fine. That's easy to fix. That was a deeply imperfect run anyway, so... Yeah, compared to the ease of all of these timing checks, it really is odd that the hammer is such an outlier, but I think just combo stringing was really the main thing to understand about that one, and we just didn't do it that well. Skipping directly over is a good idea here. And yeah. And not hitting our head is a good idea on that one. We're slightly off by like 0.02, I think, or 0.4. Yeah. So that was just all down to the hit that we took at the end. We can compare that as well. Hopefully without too many issues. And I did get trapped behind some conveyors in that run as well, so... And then, oh no, that's going to be too much of a hit. And then, yeah, sometimes need a bit of additional elevation gain, but that shouldn't be too much trouble, as long as we don't keep getting trapped. Okay, that's slightly ahead, even though we got hit quite a few times at the end there. That's fine. Got the target. That's all there is. Did we search this location? I guess we didn't. Really have to comb over every little thing here. And we're quite a ways from the final stage, of course, so let's do some more stages. Invasion at the House of Horrors, let's see it. Cleared a stage, saved hidden Waddle Dees. Same idea as always, with some new abilities. Well, that is a House of Horrors. Oh, look, there's this little puppy or something in a rocket ship. What a fun house. Now, this is trippy. This little entry point here. Seems like a kind of distant relative of the Mario Kart Electrodome. Oh, also that totally whacks you in the face if you are not careful. Anyway. Very interesting artwork all over this one. Ah, these platforms do go away. And there's something back here. Okay. Eat 3 of the hidden snacks, so we should be keeping a lookout for that. This platform seems important. Anyway. Oh, I love how this music here also relates to. What are the other classic Kirby themes? Nope, bad idea. We took the wrong thing. So yeah, it is possible to get one of the Waddle Dees here, but you just need to hit the target accurately, which we did not do. So that's one that we've already kind of sacrificed. Cutter, I think, is going to be really good for this one, so let's do it instead. Oh, a mouthful light bulb. Well, let's check around here first. And I guess we need to switch on the lights. Yeah, so Kirby is now a giant light bulb. And looks spectacular, especially with the cutter hat on. I think visually this might be one of the best ones yet. Even including the stairs. Okay, so you stand here. You need to illuminate it for long enough that the switch turns on, so. And then I guess you need to light a path. Interesting variation on the sort of 3D dark platforming levels that we've seen before. There were a lot of variants on this idea in Mario 3D World, of course. But okay. I don't know if that is just photosensitive or what. We know that there was another series of platforms back here that we had not seen yet. Yeah, I had to be quite diligent about checking things here. Well, I suppose we should head up to that from the side. Okay, that looks great. Purely optional, but we'll take it. Oh, okay, it's moving platforms. I see, yeah, this one's a little bit lower on the backside here, so. What, is this guy gonna come out? I guess not. Maybe this was just a missed opportunity then, where you can only do it once. Or not. There we go. Yeah, I'll gladly take it. Anyway, those guys seem attracted to light, so we shouldn't mess around with them too much. Also, it seems that we did miss something earlier, I think. So far it's just a treasure hunt. We haven't really encountered too much else. It did feel like I'd missed something earlier with this, whoops. This fellow over here, but we'll leave him aside. And yeah, this guy's going to move out of the way. Sometimes, though, we should consider whether moving them out of the way might actually be correct. Let's check this. This is going to be a red star for an optional room. And then it's going to be something with the chakram cutter. Now that we've learned what to do here. As well as with these platforms, which we have learned about the hard way from the first one that we missed. So yeah, first 2D is accounted for. And we'll get back to the light bulb so we can take it outside. Sort of interesting how many different variations we have seen on this kind of lighting mechanic in platformers already. Not only in 3D platformers, because 3D World of course features this in a big way, but I'm also thinking about how in the NSMB games there is that Yoshi bulb as well. Okay, to the hidden snacks, let's go on. No, we actually do need to get rid of this. Going into this section here, which is going to benefit from the cutter quite a bit. Now, is there a particular reason we want fire? I don't know. Let's stay with cutter for the moment. Okay, it looks like there is going to be a bit of a hall of illusions here. We know the left side is a passage, right side did look like a flat panel, so... You can kind of tell from the camera rotation. So, it's not trial and error by any means. You actually do get a chance to read this. Okay. Whack that guy, and then... it seemed like we probably missed a ton of stuff in this area, but... because let's say I, move up here and see what other geometries we can interact with. Like in this section here, for instance. We're just pulling back in general. Yeah, because we already lowered this half of the room, so let's just check a few things. This was just the entry point, though. That's nothing too interesting. Yeah, during tourist season, this place must be packed. Anyway, here's another illusion. Whoops, I don't know why I ran off the side there. That was cautious. It is an illusion, but there was something up top that we can traverse to after the fact, so... oh, hey, we're gonna get Crash. Or at least there's the opportunity to get Crash, but I don't know if it's going to be too useful for anything else. The fact that Crash respawns here tells me that I should actually use it for something. That is going to come in handy. Let's get ahead first, because, no. I feel like there's going to be some kind of arena fight here. We're taking Crash. Whoops, no, I didn't mean to drop it. Whoops. Hang on. I was hoping to do a room clear with Crash here, but that was... I just hit the wrong button. I bet there is a room clear with Crash achievement, but we'll not see it this time around. Next time I'm back in the level, we will try it. That's something down here. Let's take a look. Got a time crash blueprint. That's interesting. Yeah, given that crash is such a one-use maneuver, I was pretty curious about what you could possibly do with it. Whoops. Yeah, we'll stay on cutter. The passageway is on the right side. This trick is on the left. But I want to reveal as many of these as possible anyway, because then you can pick up stuff like the soda machine here, which does not seem relevant so far, but yeah, I'm gonna bust that down, and then there's gonna be some kind of moving platform segment here where the soda will no doubt come in handy. I think we need to bust all of these down, I would suspect. It also seems like it was possible to go left there for revealing something. Do we want to check it? Yes, we do. We passed something on this side. No, we didn't. I suppose not. Alright, let's grab some coins. The coins do give you the positions in advance, which is helpful because you can try to whack every single one of these. Destroyed 13 aliens by using vending mouth. Yeah, that's what we managed. Seems like I missed a lot of stuff though, given that we only saved one optional D before reaching the ostensible ending here. Yeah, we missed tons of stuff in this level. In fact, there haven't been any other levels where we missed that many objectives in the first go. So we definitely need to look around a little bit harder. Clear without touching any ghost Gordos. Oh, so we actually did manage to get that. Okay. Alright, so this is all about the Waddle Dees then, so let's do it. We know about the first one, we just kind of missed a timing challenge for it, but the third and fourth will take a little bit of searching. Anyway, back out we go. The Windaria Dream Parade. Much like the old Main Street Electrical Parade that was such a Disneyland classic. Now let's scan around to see what these are. First of all, Bomb Treasure on a roller coaster, no less. Sword Treasure, and it's going to be a 2-star with the sword. Let's finish this one up first, though. And yeah, we know where the first one was. So we'll just get back to that one quickly. Yeah, you do need the soda machine to be dealing with those. And okay, we'll walk around. We've got the snacks. We'll just speed through what we can here. And we can always walk around. And yes, this was the area we wanted to go to. Notice how they're meant to work as a bit of a diversion. And so that's going to be number 1 and 2. And then we'll do the light bulb segment. And then pass to the area where we knew we obtained number 2, and then we'll see about number 3. And we'll, of course, not be too thrown off by little attempts at jump scares like that. What do we got? Let's see. So did I check this part previously? I don't know if I did. Oh yes, we did. Right, because I checked this part first. To illuminate this. Yeah. We actually did all of this on the... Whoops. Previous attempt. Electro Dude, welcome. Electro Dude, you came in at an electrifying moment. That was extremely well timed. I'm just cleaning up Waddle Dees in this stage. We did accomplish most of what I wanted. Whoops. Anyway, let's do this. So yeah, there was a bit of a side door earlier for Waddle Dee number 2. That was the red star door that we took on the left side. Right here, in fact. So we know where that is. We know that we dealt with that previously to obtain the cutter. And so sometime after this point, we now need to be on the lookout for number 2. Or number 3 and 4, rather. Starting with this, that seems like it was already something I missed. And there you go, Waddle Dee number 3. And we'll just stay out the lamp. Okay, great, that was simple. No problem. So now we have D number 4 somewhere up ahead. Possibly in the riding section, which we hopefully don't just miss it completely. Yeah, because we have the whole Hall of Illusions coming up. Right, and we have Crash coming up as well, and a reusable Crash, and I feel like maybe the Crash was the key. That would make the most sense to think about the Crash ability as the thing we should be checking. I am keeping my eye out on the artwork on either side, of course, just in case we are missing something. Yeah, because the fact that the Crash is reloadable tells me something is up. Let's do the refresh here. The Crash does give you an instant kill on everything here, but I feel like there's got to be something else we can apply it towards. And we'll just have to figure out what. Okay, that's fine. Didn't accomplish much, but we'll take Crash once again. I think it is going to be relevant somehow, but we haven't determined it yet. I mean, it does simplify the group fight, but I'm sure there's going to be something more elaborate than that. We have checked this area previously, which Makes me wonder if we missed another aspect of this path. This was for the time crash ability. I'm just making sure we didn't miss any additional passages. Might be worthwhile to fire the crash in one of those segments, in fact. So here's another illusion. Then this was the juice. Oh, oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we may have spoiled that. Let's take a look, because is there any particular reason I would want to keep Crash? Maybe not. I do just want to retrace some steps here. Given that Waddle Dee number 4 could be anywhere, but probably is in the soda segment near the end. You know, in terms of having to hit a target somewhere along the way, I would suspect that could be one of the things going on here. Okay. And of course, you know, we need to keep an eye out for side passages. Like that very subtle one we missed earlier on. But no, I think it is going to be something like shooting a target. We just need to stay very visually focused on the possibilities here. In fact, it seems like there was a platform at the beginning of this section where we might have had the opportunity to hit. Like there was a sinking platform very early on. And of course this game does not allow you to just scout around with the camera, so not going to rely on that, but we are going to keep an eye out for targets. Ah, here it is. I see it. And that's it. Okay, that's it for this level. Seems like we've got one more plus the boss in World 3, as well as all of the bonuses. So yeah, for those who have come in recently, we, on previous streams, cleared World 1 and 2 to 100%. World 3 so far, we are missing one thing. And I will show you what that is. Because we did grind away at it a little earlier in the stream and I just could not manage to do it. It was... I will show you in a moment. It was this guy... no, sorry, not this guy right here, the Hammer Treasure. Because the time check on that one requires you to take down Bonkers in a 1v1 pretty quickly, and I was within, I think, 8 seconds, but was just losing too much time to incoming damage to do much about that, so I don't think any searches have opened up, so let's, well, we can look around a bit, but looks like we'll be doing Bomb Treasure and then Sword Treasure, so thank you for the GG. Looks like we'll have a bit of an accuracy test on this one. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it pays to be stationary instead of just going for a roll. Of course, if you want to go for an aerial hit the way I'm doing here, you can do that too. Okay, 135 into this room. Do I need that? I don't even know if I do. I feel like I don't. Nope. Hey, let's actually stand still. Okay. And, yeah, we need to fix my depth perception here. Okay, so we're going to be way off time now. We're going to be behind the minute mark. The fully charged fire swing for the hammer is ridiculous for bosses. Yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to do that, except for the one part of the pattern where Bonkers gets stunned. I was trying to get to the full charge, but the opportunity did not arise. Maybe if I do a big dodge in part of his pattern and approach him that way. I mean, we could try it after we hit the bomb timer. Because that's one thing I didn't try very hard to do. We were just trying to avoid damage and hoping for the best. Okay. Alright, we can get some of this done quickly at least. Alright. Oh yeah, that just gives you an additional platform. We don't really need that at all, actually. And yeah, just kind of going forward directly like that is going to be plenty of time at the end. Wait till you get some of the upgraded hammer stuff. Yeah, I got the scroll for Toy Hammer. We just haven't gone back to town yet to play with it. Because as with some of the earlier worlds, I've just been saving the upgrades until we get back to town at the end. So yeah, we'll go back to Hammer to kind of give that charge strategy a try after I have completed Sword. Slash wisely, a rope cutting quiz. Now that's interesting. I would assume though that for the speed time you can just memorize the solution. Okay. Now why would I want to do that? Take out the bomb here. Don't exactly see why it's a quiz. You just need to look at the bottom and write. Oh, I see. No, because I need to watch how these would potentially actually trap you. So yeah, I was thrown off a bit by that one earlier. Now that's interesting. I suppose we just need to count down here quickly. 35 seconds. Yeah, we can do this a lot better. So yeah, we were missing one, and then we're missing the ability to cut through wind. Actually, doing this with a slide is, I think, going to be quite nice. Okay. And we'll go left for this one because of the way panels actually trap you. And then, nope, down here. Nope, I missed it. Okay, let's do it again. Respawning Hammer treasure roads are really difficult. Yeah, Hammer was easily the hardest one so far for me. Not for the standard clear, but for the time check. I mean, I know I'm still doing easy introductory stuff, but the Hammer certainly gave me a lot more trouble than anything else. Okay. And we'll just cut our way through all of this. $39. Okay, good that it doves you all the way over here upon activation. Electrodude, did you seriously play this entire game ahead of me and finish the final boss this weekend and not know you could slide? Yeah, so the slide has a bit of a bounce back when you do make a collision with it. So it's not always something that is going to be a good speed trick because, first of all, there is a bit of a cooldown time at the end when you stop the slide, and when you hit something, you bounce backwards. I was trying to use it to save time on the hammers, but I think the roll dodge is better for the hammer rooms. So, yeah, the slide is just holding one of the triggers, like ZL, etc. LR, ZL, ZR, and holding that and pressing jump in a direction. Let's try it again. So yeah, the only big optimization we'll try this time is to land a huge spin charge on Bonkers. And we'll see what that gets me. It only kind of does half damage, as you can see. It's not really amazing. This is going to be too slow. Yeah, but as you can see, the end of the slide is pretty laggy, so it's not just a free ticket to a good time. Yeah, that's true, because normally you would be thinking about that in terms of the crouch input. And I mean, I basically just discovered this because I like playing around with the mechanics. And oh. Okay. 240 on this room, that's not too bad. That's on par with how I was doing earlier. And this is just single jumps, I think. Okay. I was trying to get the charge on these guys because they're always a massive problem for me. But we'll get this done at 215 and we will head to Bonkers right away. And then I got knocked out of it. I got knocked out of that again. Nope. Way out of position. Oh wow, that really just smacks him. Unfortunately, I'm gonna get smacked now, so... Okay, we actually are not doing badly. I'm going to be a few seconds too slow, but that is going to be a record for me. So we just didn't need to take that huge hit. That is a new record within 3 seconds. Have I beaten the boss on this world already? No, I haven't. So that's still to be done. I'm at 30 out of 48. As you can see, I'm actually quite a ways away from finishing. I guess we have the Dream Parade, we have the boss level, and we have whichever other challenges unlock in this zone, which so far have been plentiful. Hey, we're within 3 seconds. We're doing much better now, but we just need to fix a few things. Once again, I got to the boss at 215 this time, so... Okay. 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 Yeah, airtime is a good idea. That's actually a lot faster. Just staying in the air instead of just trudging in the mud all the time. Okay, that was bad. Staying up at top for these guys, though, it seems to be fairly efficient. Nope. 216, that's still on par, despite taking tons of damage. Wow, this guy. Okay, he's gonna do his spin thing. Okay, let's get out of the way. $142, too slow still. Still a little behind. Getting closer. Yeah, I'm going to try to finish World 3 in this session. I don't know if I'll be able to stay long enough for it, but I'm going to try to take the time to push through it. It will partly depend on this hammer, though. We're getting so close now. And yeah, I made a lot of mistakes in the early rooms. Yeah, getting that tip damage is really important in these fights. Okay. Okay. And yeah, it's the big rabbits at the end of this room that are part of the issue. Okay, that's quick. 220. We can do it, for sure. That's the best I've done going into the bonkers fight, so that's really important. Oh wow, I completely missed that swing. Stood too close. Nope, this is going to be busted. Yeah, I had such a good attempt and then missed a swing and the fight was just gone from there. Because getting to bunkers at 220 is not something that had happened before. It was entirely just doing well on the big rabbits. Okay, this is getting better and better actually. 244 at the end of this guy. Chaining through these guys efficiently. Once again at around 220, that's good. Let's not blow it. Oh, I keep running too close into him, I think, but I am at the end of. Okay, good. Okay, that's a big smack. Still not good enough. Too many mistakes here, I think. 141, still too slow. Yeah, that was all just bonkers. Things were good leading up to him. I am doing well enough in all of the early rooms that I should be able to clear it. So let's just work on it some more. Okay. Yeah, the single jump here is really the whole trick. And just taking advantage of the hammer having a much longer reach than I sometimes estimate. Okay, 220 once again, not the best, but it's a few seconds off the best. Yeah, we'll just try to stay close and continue damage. Oh, no, missed a charge shot. That's going to be a disaster. Yeah, no, I missed one charge shot because I just got hit out of it, so that's not going to be it. I'm going to get at least one hit in right at the start. Yeah, we may have to try that. Okay, we'll start at the bottom with this one because I had a little bit too much travel time there earlier. 243, we've done better, but that's fine. Oh, missed the first one here. Yeah, this one I can speed up a lot, but... Oh. $218, losing time. Nope, I ran into him. I am having a problem with standing too close. Okay. Okay, this should do it. This should do it. 147. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, mission accomplished. This seemed so far out of reach when I was doing it at the beginning of a stream, so I'm glad we managed to save some face there and maintain our perfect clear record so far. Okay, this stage, there's the boss and any other challenges that may arise in the meantime, so let's do it. Main Street Electrical Parade. Last I checked, the classic Main Street Electrical Parade has not actually been a presence in the main part of Disneyland for some time. For a while they moved it to the adjoining park, the California Adventure. That is kind of opposite Disneyland. Whoops, spent the crash already. As a bit of an alternative finale. But even that, I think, was eventually removed. I mentioned this because the Main Street Electrical Parade, on which this is directly based, and very obviously based, is just a classic part of Disney theme park history that is unfortunately not really available to new audiences live anymore, so... chain bomb, yeah, we're gonna chain things and not get run over constantly. I think we just need to go around then. Oh yes, to the ladder. Okay. Imagine that, actually doing platforming in a platformer game. Naturally we will be scanning to the left and right just to see if there's anything else I can hit. Oops. I really feel like there is something to the left that might be interesting, but that's a bad idea. We're going to lose the bomb immediately after standing here. No, maybe not. Taking too much damage, though. So yeah, nothing on either side. Let's just go back. And float over here, just in case there is anything to look at. There isn't. Nope. We're getting run over here. Let's just get ahead there and grab sword. Save ourselves some embarrassment before we take 100 coin loss. Anyway, I wonder if we have another Guide to Ducks objective. There hasn't really been much duplication between objectives thus far, though, so... A Guide to Ducks objective would require me to not let the ducks be run over. I mean, this is clearly going to be something, if not necessarily one of the Waddle Dee checklist quests. And the duck on the other side. And... Oh! Let's not hit the duck. That's going to be alarming. Oh! Okay, no, you can scatter them but reclaim them, so they don't just die on you. Even when they are run over. That would be a rather ugly fate. And one final duck. Okay. So now I understand that bit in the opening cutscene with the song where Kirby stops to make room for the mother duck and the little ducklings crossing the way. So, let's not head down here. That was maybe not clever. Unless there's a good reason to look at that. I don't think there is, though. It does let you float off to the side, but nothing seems obtainable, so let's try not to get run over. Oh, let's dodge that. And still going to look around to make sure we're not missing too much, but that's dangerous to do around here, so... there's totally something to the left. And it is a Waddle Dee. 1 out of 5. We are so low on health. I suppose I should figure out what the energy drink does. I would assume that it gives me at least a partial bank of energy, but whatever. We'll keep at it. Oh, looks like we get Tornado, which is great because that's a wonderful power to have as long as we don't get smacked around. Always loved playing as Tornado, so we'll get stuck in the mud because that's what tornadoes do, apparently. Let's notice that the platforms do light up when you jump on them, I think. Or do they? Oh no, that's just on a timer. By all appearances. It looks like you do need a tornado. Well, you don't need it because it's Kirby and he can float, but grabbing some ice cream certainly wouldn't be a bad idea, given how things have been going over here. And we can just float. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Tornado on the far side over there, but probably is going to be some kind of reason to come back down here, and that's going to be a door. Okay, 5 seconds as the gold benchmark. Would that require playing as a traffic cone or require playing as the race car? I'm guessing it's the car. Although, traffic cone here would allow you to smack this and maybe create some kind of shortcut. I mean, that's fairly simple, actually. Okay. I guess the 5-second thing there is just mostly to encourage you to even bother looking for that in the first place. Because it makes it fairly obvious that you shouldn't just be racing around unless there's a good reason to do so. Like some additional objective. But no, we will get back up there and claim the prize. So the health replenishment is going to come in handy here. That's going to be D number 2. And let's see what's going on here. Nothing much. Alright, back up we go once we have the opportunity to do so. It's going to be Tornado versus Tornado. And look at that, that's going to be an exit up there, but first we'll go for the Waddle Dee. That's on this side, we can just stick that landing. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not overshoot here. And it looks like there's one of the Kirby wanted posters on the left side, so obviously we'll take that. Okay, it's actually Alphalin's wanted poster, so never mind that. Oh, whoops, oh, this guy's still here. We'll switch to Drill, sure, we may as well. See if we can actually use this Quake ability in the wild to do anything interesting. And, yeah, actually Drill is a good idea here. May actually be better than Tornado in this specific situation, and very rarely is anything better than Tornado, so we shouldn't take that for granted. Actually, Drill is very satisfying in this game. I've been pretty happy with it. Now what's going on here? It is going to be water. And I cannot drill in there because of the force field, so we'll have to figure out how to deactivate that. Wall on the side over there? Okay, yeah, let's maybe climb this. If we can. Maybe we can go over the force field. I didn't actually see if it extends all the way. Bad idea. Let's... Whoa, really bad idea. Drill is just going to straight up go away. Yeah, no, I won't be able to go over. Oh, you just need to take that guy out. Okay, that's simple. Well, that was a mouthful. Toward a parade car. Okay, so we can actually smack all of these guys and use that to deflect the block switches. An interesting interaction I had not considered. Alright, obviously we'll be looking around for anything else we can do with that. More mouthful, that's fine. This deflection is going to break open the wall. And that's going to be presumably D number 4. Kirby's very polite. You just need to imagine that he says please before blowing all of these rocket cars out of the parade route. Actually, I have no copy ability right now. I should have taken the fire there, but that's okay. There will be opportunities to do something else. This looks menacing. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. We just need to plan things carefully. Oh, this is something. It's going to show me a coin path that leads to Waddle Dee. That's number 5. Okay. I'm going to wait to cross the street. And sure, let's grab ice for once. This is not anything, okay. It looked very suspicious. What do we got? Alright, there's one achievement that we have not unlocked, and we'll have to figure out what that is. Probably something about damage avoidance, I would guess. Clear without stepping on any mud. Yeah, we could do that. I would not have been able to guess that one. And hey, it's this guy. Goramundo. This behavior has earned him an earful from his boss more than once. Well, that raises the question, who is his boss? Somebody who's running the Beast Pack, if he's part of the Executive Council. That is a good question. We have no idea at this stage of the game who the big bad is going to be yet. Electron Works sign. And I guess that's just one Daria on the Ferris wheel. Which you can see on the world map as well. We're not heading there yet. We have unfinished business. The requirement is 21. We are well over that by now. We're well into 3 digits. Danger under the big top. Yeah, we'll challenge the boss eventually. Electro Dude, I was actually kind of thinking that this would be a great place for marks. Because, I mean, it's a Kirby game. You know you're going to see Meta Knight and DDD at some point, even if you weren't spoiled on that by the trailer at the end of the demo. But I was thinking that, you know, Marx has actually made such a huge comeback as a character in recent years that in terms of having a huge presence in Smash as well as in Star Allies. And yeah, we are in a Dream Parade, so no mud. That's the idea here. So Tornado is going to be helpful when we get to it. And yeah, I mean, Electro Dude, you know not to spoil me on that, so. But I was definitely thinking that, you know, in terms of characters in the series that have had their profile significantly raised in recent memory, certainly Marx is very high up on that. Seems like he's become a bit of a regular presence again, which... Anyway, having the ability to skate here is very helpful in terms of staying ahead on speed. So we'll just clear this without mud, and what could be so challenging about that? After the Switch has been out for 5 years, how do I compare it to the initial expectations of the Switch? Well, let me put it this way. Well, first of all, the quality of the software itself, I think, has been amazing. And, of course, I was somebody who already kind of loved Nintendo in the... Whoa, let's be careful here. In the Wii U era, so, you know, like, I always felt like Nintendo software was kind of increasing in quality anyway. I wasn't really too concerned about that. But, I think when the Switch came out, there was a certain expectation that by having Nintendo concentrate on one platform, we would have huge software output and a lot of revivals of old series and such that would have been made possible by the fact that they were no longer splitting their efforts between a home console and a portable. You know, just by having everything move onto one system, you would think, while the software output is going to be crazy, even accounting for the added development time of doing things in HD instead of on the 3DS, let's say. I think in the early years that didn't quite pan out. In the early years, you had a run of games that was similar to what is typical of a new Nintendo home console, but it didn't feel like something like the 3DS library was being added on top of that. I think now, though, especially coming out of the disruption of all the pandemic delays and such, that if you look at something like their schedule for 2022, now you can really feel that kick in. And even if you look at last year, that, you know, finally, it seems like Nintendo has had the flexibility to dip back into a lot of minor series that had been neglected or had been consigned to portables for some time. Things like, you know, WarioWare and Advance Wars, when they decide to release it instead of holding it back for wartime reasons. Mario Strikers coming back, Wii Sports coming back, a lot of these side projects like Ring Fit and Game Builder Garage and such. Like, I feel like that took a few years to get underway. You think Outrace skated on the mud before, really? I thought I had missed it, but maybe I hit it with a tornado. We're not too far, so let's... Or did I pick up anything interesting here? No, I didn't do anything interesting on this run. Let's redo it. But anyway, that's my long answer. I think that the main thing that people were kind of waiting to see pan out with the Switch was to have the software quantity really pick up. I think the thing that's been a real surprise, though, is that Nintendo actually did manage to fulfill that ambition of the third-party support finally coming in terms of having a lot of the contacts with independent studios in particular pay off over the long run. They were starting those efforts with the Wii U and 3DS, but it was really with the Switch that you started seeing pretty much anybody porting to Steam, for instance, would also be porting to Switch, like as long as their software would actually run. But where the Nintendo platform actually became seen as an essential indie release platform, like that's something that's very new to this generation. Okay, you think I stepped on it with ice, okay. I thought I was close to stepping on it, but that I missed, and maybe I was wrong about that. Yeah, I didn't know if I made contact. You know what this reminds me of is that don't land clear condition in Mario Maker, where often it's really hard to detect whether you have failed it, especially if you've already failed it once and you're trying to practice a later section. Okay. Tornado should be able to get me across all this cleanly, though. Yeah, taking Tornado all the way is probably the best strategy here, even though Drill is probably better for this section. Okay. Let's not get run over at every possible juncture. And actually, Tornado allows you to kind of hop island to island as well, so it's still useful. Whoops. Thought I could activate it there, and I was not quite correct. Yeah, okay, so I actually do need water to get the next water point. Whoops. Let's get Tornado back. I feel like I do want to keep it. Okay, that guy got comboed to bits. Diverting the parade, and then we'll see what else we can do here. Yeah, but I'm quite happy with Switch. It is my most played video game system, period, by a very, very long shot. And I mean, a great deal of that is because I started streaming. I play a lot more now than I used to, especially with keeping up with long-term games like Mario Maker. I mean, I've kept up with it this much and have been able to because of the fact that I kind of have a reason to go back to it regularly. I want to see if I can break the back wall here. Yeah, I can. And that's a scroll. We missed that previously. We definitely want that. Fleur Tornado. That sounds fantastic. Let's actually stay alive long enough to see it pay off, though. Okay, we haven't hit mud, have we? I don't think so. Okay, we don't need to do the optional stuff here. Let's just go. Oh, whoops. And I got whacked again. Scroll took you too long to find. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought ejector if I had already completed all the objectives on the first go, which I guess makes it helpful that the mud objective is something that's not obvious, because it does incentivize the second play. I was actually surprised after seeing it that I didn't do it the first time, because that is the kind of thing that I would check if I were paying attention. But I suppose the fact that you already get one reward for breaking the wall makes you think, okay, this location is done. But this game does a bunch of things like that with its secrets hiding, where it fools you into thinking that you found the secret, but if you're paying attention, there's that secondary ladder or secondary chamber or tunnel that's just beyond, right? It's done this several times in multiple levels already, and that is definitely part of the secrets logic here to this game. Fleur Tornado, yeah, we'll have to get the upgrade to do that one. Why don't we do that first before the final boss then? Because we... okay, in that case, because we have one that's locked here, let's go back to base and do upgrades now. And it looks like with 7 Waddle Dees remaining, the boss will probably account for them, so let's actually do some upgrades first. You got stuck trying to find a very last Waddle Dee, okay. Interesting. Crash, hammer, and sword. Do you mean the last one of the optional ones in the previous level, or something else? Or the last one in World 3? Where you just sat on 47 out of 48 for a while? You have so many new blueprints to give me. Let's see as many as we can. Gigant Sword. Time Crash. So if you run into these puppies that are all over the game as one of the main enemies, and you hit the Crash ability to blow them all up at once, would that be a Crash Bandicoot? Only one you had to look up on YouTube. It turns out you had to beat the bonus room again and take whatever was in there to the outside. Oh, okay, okay. Last one in the game. Oh, you mean, yeah, you were missing one in the entire game. Okay. I see. That doesn't spoil anything, I don't think. Yeah, because what you described was very similar to the invincibility secret that was in this world that we've seen already. The one where you need to kill the boss with invincibility. But because that one requires you to do one of the additional Waddle Dees the second time. So anyway, this is Toy Hammer. Yeah, we got plenty of cash. Let's do everything we can. Time crashes the whole area. So looking forward to it. So you know what the Toy Hammer immediately reminds me of? It's also the same kind of hammer design that you see in the Paper Mario games as one of the upgraded Mario hammers, especially in some of the recent ones. You know, Sticker Star, Color Splash. I think it's an Origami King. Let's see. Yeah, because you can have this huge range on this. Look at that. Wait until we get to fight DDD with this thing. It'll be a hammer fest. Quite a smackdown. You know what? Notice too that the Toy Hammer has a higher power. Rapid continuous attack. Very rapid. So this is the spam attack. I love the helmet that you have with this one too. Like you're entering a roller derby or something, only with a hammer. And the charge attack on this one, very similar kind of animation, just with a gigantic range and a bit of a forward lunge. Yeah. One thing I totally forgot about when I was doing the hammer challenge earlier was that even with the standard hammer, you can charge into... Or rather, you can move with the charge, and I think if we had used that a little more judiciously in the hammer challenge, we would have done much better. Let's see what's going on with Time Crash. Power 5, okay. Let's see what this is all about. Time Crash is an amazing hourglass hat. Doesn't even look anything like the standard Crash. Okay, so. Oh my goodness, it totally is Bayonetta. Oh, it's like a... Slow down time and then act fast to cause some real destruction. Yeah, but you can only use it once because it is a crash ability. So it is going to be like a time freeze thing, perhaps. And then you can charge it up. Look at that. Amazing. Yeah, because you can charge and move with it. I actually haven't really played much with a standard Crash to know if you can do that. And then gradually that shrinks. Let's check out the standard Crash again. Yeah, because you could do the walk with the Crash as well to charge it up. When you run into enemies, it extends to time freeze. Yeah, so I think I'm probably going to take Time Crash into the boss as the starting item. Let's upgrade everything else. Gigant Sword I did see in the demo. Let's remember to switch Crash back to Time Crash, of course. That's an important thing to do. But I am looking forward to Fleur Tornado, of course, because Tornado is just inherently tons of fun. The sword ability has evolved into Gigant Sword. And Kirby's got his Barbarian dude. Look at that. I love how you're actively encouraged to beat up on the sandbag. Sure, let's beat up on the sandbag. We can even try a time crash against him, in fact. Smack. It's not actually that hard hitting. But range is great. So yeah, in terms of the rare currency for these upgrades, we have a few extra pieces. I think we have 2 extra pieces from trying out the reward redemption via codes. But since we're doing 100% anyway, we don't seem to be breaking anything balance-wise. This evolution will allow you to enter that. Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that message, because that's the first time we've had a challenge room open up without having acquired the ability already. Look at this beautiful thing. I guess it's mostly the range on it that's the improvement, but let's see. It's like you're an ice cream cone almost when you spin around with this. Grace, elegance, beauty, and brutal attacks. Looks amazing. Like, the graphics for this effect are just gorgeous too. If you look at that tornado pattern. Let's try time crash against a sandbag just to see what happens. The challenge for it is also ridiculously well made and clever. Interesting. And it's crash, so it hits hard, but... Oh yeah, so... Now that's interesting, that you can kind of do that repeated hit during time crash. So during time crash you can do the multi-hit, by the looks of it, at least against sandbag. I don't know how well it'll work against certain boss designs, but... I feel like we'll just go blindly into the boss with time crash and see if we can do the 2-minute challenge. Yeah, look at that. You just whack him again and again. And Crash does enough damage, too, that... Whoops. Didn't manage to chain it. Yeah. That normally, unless you're fighting somebody really beefy, you're not going to be executing that ability by chaining into the same guy over and over, right? So... Anyway, let's get out. And so yeah, by the way, at the beginning of the stream I did do the cafe game and at least post a score in each category. I'm unlikely to grind that out or anything, but let's see if we can see the scores. Yeah, here. So it did fairly well. I actually did manage to pass it. Works against anything, and the funny part is that time crash even slows down the in-game timer, which is great. And makes sense, because time is time. So yeah, we're going to suit up with time crash. For sure. I mean, the price of it is that if you spend a crash on the boss, you spend the rest of the fight as normal, which is fine. Terminator, yes, I did see the Joker deleted scene after you mentioned it. I would have missed it if you hadn't told me about it. Okay. Fleur Tornado Treasure. Let's do this first. Swirl and twirl, turn to windmills. Let's take a look. Yeah, so Terminator... I can see why it was cut, because... it looks too much like setup for further development in a franchise, and I read an interview afterwards with Matt Reeves where he was saying that it wasn't actually the case and he had no intention to necessarily use the Joker for a second film. Which, well, take that for what you will, but I think if you look at things like the recent direction of a lot of superhero films, including the Zack Snyder ones, for instance, some superhero films have had, I think, a bit of a problem of focusing too much on doing franchise setup and not really having a coherent sense of a self-contained plot. And while the Joker scene itself is fine, I think it would have contributed to that impression in a way that would have been negative for the film. But because it looks very much like the point of that scene is to say, hey, look, we've got Joker. And, whoops. But yeah, in general, I enjoy a lot of long cuts of films. Director's cuts, deleted scenes that are restored into continuity, and so on. So it would have been interesting, but one thing that I think it actually would have added positively, Terminator, and they had some difficulty finding a space for a new Joker design, I think, because there are just so many existing ones to compete with. But one thing that would have been a positive about it, though, is that it would have at least had the Batman act as a bit more of an active problem solver and detective in that film, which, as we discussed the last time we talked about it here, I thought was a bit of a problem, that, you know, he kind of spent the film just receiving information and being strung along instead of actually doing much problem solving on his own. And so at least the thing about Joker scene is that you actually at least see Batman take a bit of initiative, which is something that was otherwise a bit of an issue. Okay, let's get into position quickly for this run. And of course, I am trying to keep things, as I talk about it, not too spoilerific, just to be considerate to people who have not seen the Batman and would like to. But Terminator and I had a long conversation about it previously in one of the Mario Maker streams. Okay. And that was well within the target time, so that came in pretty quickly. And yeah, it was a fun one. Danger under the big top. Well, that's the last thing here, assuming there are... Yeah, because it's 3 Waddle Dees for completion, plus 4 for the achievements, which will probably involve no damage, as well as 2 minutes. Let's see how it goes. Clear the stage. So yeah, this will likely be the last thing we do. We'll finish the world boss. Play around with Time Crash. And we've got a magician over here. What do we got? This is Ranger, a sword, and bomb as the recommended selection. We will, of course, be keeping Crash. And hopefully not accidentally triggering it too soon. And then we'll figure out the normal pattern. So, who have we got here? Chloroline. No, you gotta be kidding, right? There's no way. Okay. We're in some kind of deep, deep phase now. Oh, so much for the no damage achievement. Oh, hey, we get to pick up sword, though. Up. Yeah, time crash is fun. Let's put it that way, especially because you get an item in this fight anyway. No way, time crash. That was clear within 130? Yeah, well, that's what we did. Pencil drill a blueprint. Now you can evolve the drill ability. I feel like if we're going to go for a no damage achievement, I should actually still go with time crash. And yeah, we should try some different things as well, but I'm sure there will be additional achievements for me to actually do things in the other phases, which we haven't done so far. Yeah, hit her using a ranger, we'll do that later. Let's go back to town and try the time crash strategy first, and then with each clear we'll reveal more of the board. So yeah, 130, so the time is a little bit reduced. I'm kind of curious about the community stats now, because you would think that time crash is reduced to clear time on a number of things that we've seen so far. Like, I don't know if clearing as normal is still... You know what? That might explain it. Like, if it registers as a clear as normal, that might explain the 8-second Tropic Woods record. So, Gotcha Machine Volume 2, yeah, we'll deal with that later. Oh, the Colosseum. We will do that at some point, not today. And it's Meta Knight. Okay, great. So let's get the drill first of all. Is that a pencil built drill, a blueprint? Yes, it is. So. Yeah, because Electrodude, I'm thinking that time crash registers as a normal clear if you finish as normal. And that would suddenly make a lot of sense, because on Tropic Woods you wouldn't be getting any additional ability. And with Tropic Woods, I mean, he just stands there, right? So you just walk into him a few times. We can even try it, actually, just to see. But maybe later, maybe not this stream. Well, pencil drill. You still do quick? You can. Well, what else does pencil drill do for me here? Is it just that it's quick, or leaves tons of shavings everywhere, which really just pollute all these wood chips everywhere. Let's see the description here. Yeah, more power, rapid fire. It's not ideal for writing. I wouldn't think so. Unless Kirby is just attending an examination or something and decides that his solution is to use his head. I mean, I guess Kirby uses his head technically for everything, so... Shoots after pencil after digging. Yeah. Let's see it. Yeah. I wonder how you can control the direction of the projectile. It seems to go in the direction of your exits as a bit of an area clear. Let's see if we can hit this guy. No, we can't. It's kind of chip damage, but might be useful for ensemble fights, like a big group arena. We are switching back to Time Crash. And once we get the no damage achievement, which will just require dodging a few swords, then we will... from there, probably... tick all the other boxes on Clawroline. Yeah, let's talk to this guy. Latest info. Haven't missed any blueprints. And of course people are going to order that. Let's see some boss times. World record for defeating Clawroline is 4 seconds. Yeah, they used a copy ability you don't have yet. Now that's interesting because that message was not something that I saw with normal. However, it would make sense if perhaps you had Time Crash plus a sword upgrade that I don't have right now, like a different tier 2 sword. Because then maybe the copy ability would be the tier 2 sword. So interesting that this statistic screen is able to hide spoilers from you in terms of what the record is. 26 seconds on a final race, that's incredible. Considering I was pushing maybe 41. I love how it does have a statistic for something like a race. One of the Metroid Dread speedrunners that I had followed specifically for Dread has been speedrunning Kirby, I know. I obviously haven't been watching, but I will probably look at that after I'm finished a game just to see what the speedrun meta is. I have no intention of actually playing speedruns myself on this, but I think there is so much flexibility to the copy abilities that just as a routing problem, it sounds pretty fascinating. So, you think you know what ability that might be? Yeah, because you've gotten that far already, so. Alright, let's go back. Let's see if we can do no damage. Hit her high up using Ranger seems like it should not be too hard. But we're not doing it yet. Yeah, I should do a sword dodge. Do a slide dodge rather when the swords start coming down. I mean, the first time I saw the fight, I just didn't expect that, right? So. Okay. Time Crash it is. Okay. 4 seconds though, yeah. There's something else to it that I don't know yet. Okay. Whoop, almost. There we go. Nice and quick. There's one ability in the game that absolutely obliterates bosses, and you can upgrade it. That's very endgame. Yeah, because it looks like Time Crash is just barely off the damage that would be needed to just kill her in one cycle, right? And so something slightly more powerful than Time Crash that can have that kind of DPS like right in the first phase, that would account for 4 seconds. Because with Time Crash, I'm just maybe 1 hit off. Defeat without hovering. Okay, that's going to require some control, but I guess if we slide and... the issue is that, as you can see with the sword here, when I was sliding back and forth, that's going to require some discipline on my part, because I tend to double tap my jump quite a bit, so... In that case, let's clear the other 2 using Ranger, and... it should be doable just fine. And we just need to stay nice and low on the ground as Ranger and possibly get some of the dodges through... what's it? Through the slide or the roll dodge. And actually, defeat without hovering is something else that we can cheese with Time Crash if we just... potentially allow myself to take a few hits at the end. It would be funny if Time Crash slowed the clock. I don't think it would be good design necessarily, but it would be funny. Anyway, Ranger it is. Yeah, I haven't gotten too much use out of Noble Ranger yet. Oh, also we should actually pick up some health. Totally forgot that it was down on health. Even last time, I think we did not pick this up. So let's get back there. And let's do it. And this time we'll actually see a few different phases of the fight, perhaps. Okay, up. So we just need to dodge the glowing claws. And then that's not high up yet. She's not climbing. Okay. Oh, I need to defeat without hovering. Okay, that's why I already lost that condition. That's what's challenging about it. But the crouch dodge actually deflects that just fine. Okay, maybe take some chip damage at most. Look at that. Just minor chip damage. So that's the way to do it, actually. We just need to not hit the jump button at all, actually, unless we're sliding. Okay, hit her with Ranger. Easy. And yeah, in the end we'll be able to mitigate enough damage that I can probably beat her without jumping. Or with a single jump rather, so we avoid the hover. Oops. Never seen this phase before. Whoa, okay, that's a huge hit. Yeah, the crouch actually does this completely. Clara Island really reminds you of the conductor from A Hat in Time. I have not played A Hat in Time, so... I know it's a 3D platformer, I roughly know what it looks like, but I don't really know much about the game. It's one of those that just kind of slipped me by. Okay, defeat without hovering. Given that we can do this with the crouch to mitigate damage, we are going to do the fun thing, if also the cheesy thing, and grab time crash. It's too much fun. Although Noble Ranger actually took her down really quickly as well, I think. Yeah, maybe this is a bit of a one-dimensional way to play, but... I mean, the really boring thing to do would just be to take Gigant's sword into that fight, given that you're handed it for free anyway. But yeah, we saw a bit more of the fight pattern that time, and Noble Ranger really did do quite a number on her. I'm actually surprised by just how much damage the crouch shield manages to mitigate. I did not expect it to be that effective. This is probably the first fight in the game that I've played so far where I've made heavy use of the crouch defense. And it is actually so effective. Okay, we are going to cheese crash this, which is as delicious as it sounds. Okay. Now let's not jump into the hover. Okay, that was not a hover, that was just a jump, right? So that certainly doesn't count. Okay. And actually, yeah, look at this. This is a complete block. That's not a complete block, but that's okay. Yeah, I didn't know that defending like that would be that effective. We should have just used that earlier with the hammer challenge. Because it was just a complete block. Skip her second phase if you charge to crash? I don't know, because I didn't think the charge would actually do additional damage, right? I thought it was just withholding the timing and allowing you to move. But I don't know, because I haven't played with that mechanic. You know what? There's an easy way to find out. Let's do the sandbag and test it out. Or we could do the fight, but I think I'd like to see the sandbag as a point of comparison. But yeah, I thought the charge crash just allowed you to reposition yourself. But I don't know that for a fact. Anyway, that's 100% of World 3. That is where we are going to finish today, but we'll return to Waddle Dee Town first to take a look. We'll be doing the Coliseum at a later point, especially because Meta Knight lies in store. But it will not be today. And the Coliseum is all the former bosses anyway, so... Which just sounds like it's going to be a cheese crash festival. So let's try it. Okay, so... when we do standard time crash... I mean, we'll probably kill him either way, but... Oh wow, okay. It's actually so far off. Let's see what happens if I do the charge then. I don't think that's actually a speed gain. It's okay, so let's say we hold into this. You think the charge extends the duration? Okay. I thought on my first attempt, though, I was already charging into it. Maybe it wasn't a full charge, but... Notice that I didn't have the issue with the knockback going way out of range this time, though. Which seems to be a slightly important difference there, although we can try that again with the standard tap and see what happens. Yeah, because let's say we time crash into him directly, and then... Yeah, and then he's all over the place, and so we didn't get to finish it. So yeah, maybe it is doable that way. I guess we'll find out eventually when we perhaps do some Coliseum rematches or something, but... I mean, we can take a look at what it is. This is 155. We've got lots of expansion left to do. And what's up here? This is observation tower. That's new. And then we know previously that there were some rewards that were hidden out of the way too as new structures came up. Whoops. So let's see what this is. Money. And you're going to try it real quick? Yeah. Sounds fine. And let's see, the town has expanded quite considerably, in fact. We're just a few away from 145, but when we finish World 4, we'll have all of this stuff open, I'm sure. And yeah, let me just talk to the Coliseum guy. I'm not running it yet. Welcome to the Coliseum's reception area. You can enter tournaments here and battle a rush of former bosses. Obviously, we should unlock all the bosses first. Unexpected warrior using our first tournament as training. And won't enter right now, but we'll unlock more bosses first and come back to that idea. Okay, so we're going to call it for this stream. As with last time, we're going to end with some music from the sound selection from one of the previous games. And you know what? Let's just stay on Star Allies because it's nice and chipper. So that's 3 worlds out of the way. Thank you for joining me for this stream. We'll pass you on to somebody else very shortly, and I'm glad I managed to stay through to the end of this one today without too many problems along the way. I think we had 1 sound reset, but that was it. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out, Electro Dude, and advising me on that hammer challenge. That was really the big time sink of this particular session. And yeah, we'll try more speed strategies on bosses as we discover them, I suppose. So you take care. We'll send you folks off to somebody completely different very, very soon. And that's it for me, so until next time, which might be tomorrow, which might be the day after, but we'll post it on Discord. I'll be doing Kirby as many days as I can possibly fit in over the week. And we'll just take it day to day and see what happens. See you then if you can come back. And until next time, fare thee well.